inside the State Fair by way of Dallas, Texas, and it does not get any better than this. Again, we want to thank you all so much who have joined us for today's broadcast, as the action we'll witness today will be nothing short of fireworks explosion between these two teams. I've been joined by a man who needs no introduction. He's the mastermind and creator behind the Open Mic Broadcast Network, and he's joined in to help us out here on our pregame show, and he'll also be helping us out throughout today's broadcast. It's none other than the Dr. Mike Prince. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing exceptionally well, young man, sounding like you're geared up and ready to go, bro.
I'm fired up, man. I am fired up, man. This is the electric atmosphere here at today's game featuring these two teams, and I'm excited. I'm ready to see some fireworks. Nothing short of fireworks. That's going to be my word for today's game. Fireworks.
Nothing short of fireworks. Okay. Well, every time Panthers score today, we might have to make a fireworks sound, boom, or something like that to get us going in and out. But I'm pretty sure the people who are listening probably for the first time or an annual event, we don't have to describe or paint the picture. This has become a social event. Yeah, there's a great game, but there's family environment, family entertainment, and just a great festive is feeling all over, beginning on Monday with the press conference leading all the way through the events throughout the week. And now you can see the people pouring into the stadium as you can hear the PA announcers warming up. There's got to be an electric feeling, man. If you can't feel this one, then you need to go check your heart out at the doctor.
Absolutely. Electric atmosphere, almost kind of a family reunion, if you will. I kind of get the same feeling whenever Prairie View has the Labor Day Classic against Texas Southern. Just the family reunion, you see everybody just kind of having that warm feeling amongst each other. You can tell that they're excited to be here. As you mentioned, so much going on, starting from the beginning of the week, all leading up to this game. I believe one said that this is more than a game, this is an event for the people. And the people are happy to be here, and we're happy to be here as well.
Absolutely. We're so happy that I'm going to let you call off our sponsors to appreciate them for helping us get this broadcast off on today.
Yes, sir. I would definitely do that, Mike. And before I do that, there was actually one particular sponsor that you know for sure that we can speak about as I kind of get the rest of them pulled up here. And it's the backers, I believe, right?
Yes, sir. Dino Robinson and crew been providing all kind of support for Prairie View Athletics since 1995. But their signature fundraising event is an annual golf tournament that they have at the first weekend of May, and it has been a proven success. Now, Dino Robinson and company have been running this thing, as we mentioned, since 1995, and they need all the help that they can get, just like all these groups need the help that they can get. And you can reach out to Dino Robinson and company by dialing 713-417-2090. That number again, 713-417-2090. Dino Robinson and the Panther backers serving PV Athletics since 1995.
Yes, sir. We also have the opportunity, Mike. Q 37 Green Super Spring, Texas, and they can be reached at 832-246-8552. Again, that's 832-246-8552. While we're on the subject of Teague's Barbecue, Bill, is something that you want to share with the people that are listening to, today in regards to Teague himself?
Well, of course, Mr. Matthew Teague, class of 1980 from Prairie View, and he was drafted by a team that you're quite fond of, not me personally, but those Dallas Cowboys. And so he had a little run with the Cowboys. Now he's running Teague's Barbecue located in Spring, Texas.
Well, he's running Teague's Barbecue. I heard it's the best barbecue in the state of Texas. So head on down to Teague's Barbecue and let them know the Open Mic Broadcast Network sent you. And we cannot forget our good fellas at A Rocket Movers and Stores, located at 3354 Yellowstone Boulevard, Houston, Texas. And you can contact James Wood at 713-545-0658. Again, that's 713-545-0658. If you need movers, if you need storage, Or if you need both, our good fellas at A Rocket and Movers and Storage can give you a 2-for-1. So head on down there today and let them know the Open Mic Broadcast Network sent you. And we want to make sure we let everybody know that if you want to become a listening partner here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network, you can do so by visiting the website at obnradio.com. Again, that's obnradio.com. Your donation of just 17 cents a day will help our programming here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. We've been serving the community through faith and athletics, and your simple donation will help us continue our broadcast coverage throughout the Waller County and beyond. Again, that's the Open Mic Broadcast Network at obnradio.com.
Yes, sir, and we got to thank the people from the Prairie View Athletic Club. Now, the Prairie View Athletic Club has been established since 1986, and they, as the Panther backers, have been solid supporters of Prairie View Athletics. A lot of people think of athletics, and they think of just football and basketball. Well, Prairie View has 18 sports, and the Prairie View Athletic Club supports all 18 sports. So if you would like to help the cause of Prairie View Athletic Club, simply reach out to Greg Austin, who serves as the president, All-American lineman from Prairie View back in the day. That phone number is 936-857-5817. Once again, that number, 936-857-5817. These two organizations, the Prairie View Athletic Club and the Panther Backers, have been the most solid, consistent supporters of PV Athletics, and they're looking to grow. So reach out to Greg Austin or Dino Robinson today.
Andre Davis alongside the Dr. Mike Prince. If you're just now tuning in, we're in the midst of our pregame show here at the Cotton Bowl by way of the State Fair Classic. 19 minutes is left on the game clock as these two teams, the Caribbean University Panthers and the Grambling State Tigers, are set to do battle. Now, as we look in today's action, Mike, we know both teams are coming in looking at making a statement, if you will, as this game is going to be filled with so much built-up emotion, anticipation, and pride that's attached to it. The Panthers are coming in with a 2-2 overall record and a 2-0 record in conference play. And that 2-0 record in conference has them sitting first in the West Division, the Southwestern Athletic Conference so far this season. The Panthers were, of course, victorious against conference opponents Alabama State last week by the score of 24-15. There's a few things that we're going to unpack from that game here in just a moment. And as for the G-men of Grambling State, not quite the start that Hugh Jackson and company were expecting. They're coming in today's game with a 1-3 overall record and an 0-1 record in conference play. They fell short at the hands of Bethune-Cookman last week by the score of 36-19. Now, it's still early in the season, Mike, but one could say that this game could be considered a turning point of the season for both squads, depending on the outcome.
No doubt about it, Andre. When you look at it, and even to my surprise, I kind of thought Grambling would be able to handle Bethune-Cookman, even though it's on the road. But it seems early in the season, but this is definitely a must-win game for Grambling State. Hugh Jackson has been pretty direct. They've yet to allow the team to put that traditional G on their helmets, so they hadn't played up to par to earn that G on their helmets. Meanwhile, on the flip side with the Panthers, it's must-win for them because traditionally it's been a 3-horse race. But now with the addition of Alcorn coming to the West, it is a 4-horse race traditionally. Alcorn, Grambling, Southern, and Prairie View. Of course, Prairie View being defending Western Division champions, the Prairie View can find a way to come out on top of Grambling tonight. They would be almost in the catbird seat. The reason I say almost is because you still would have to face Alcorn and Southern head-to-head. But first things first, let's attack these Tigers on tonight so you can put yourself in pole position for the Western Division.
Absolutely, absolutely. We talk all the time about the Panthers in terms of controlling their destiny, right? That's something that you're going to have to focus on if you are the Panthers. And we talk about Alcorn State and we talk about Southern, of course, the teams in the West that the Panthers are going to have to be able to defeat if they want to find themselves back in the SWAC championship game the way that they were last year. But you want to put yourself in a position to where you can control your destiny. The only way to do that is the way that you mentioned, Mike. They're going to have to take care of business tonight. So that's what I'm going to be looking for the Panthers. Now, as we kind of dive deeper into this ball game, we talk about some of the keys for the Panthers. The first thing I'm going to talk about, Mike, is the defense. Something that we've talked about so far this season for the Panthers and how successful they've been, all at the hands of the defense. You know, they're going to have to take advantage of third down opportunities and avoid giving up the big plays. Now, that's something that the Panthers were very successful on last week against Alabama State. I believe the Hornets were 0-7 on third down efficiency and 0-2 on fourth down efficiency. So getting off the field is going to be very critical for the Panthers here in this ball game.
Absolutely. And when you talk about taking advantage of opportunities, as you mentioned, third downs are the downs of concern on both sides of the ball. Panthers, in order to extend that drive offensively, to keep the defense fresh on the sideline and to extend those drives, because if you are not able to stop teams on third down, you're digging holes for yourself. And hopefully the Panthers will be able to address those needs and concerns starting tonight.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we definitely feel like the Panthers can do so. Something they've been doing all season. You know, they're currently ranked in the SWAC in terms of per game, just right behind Jackson State. They're also second in defensive takeaways, and they're second in the SWAC in total defense. So number two seems to be the big number when it comes to the Panthers defense so far here this 2022 season. Just number two in just about the main defensive categories in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. Now, typically when you have a winning record, as the Panthers do right now in conference play, the offense is usually the number one indicator that most people like to point to as the creditors. But from my assessment so far this season, I credit a lot of the Panthers' success to the defense that we've been talking about and the special teams. We got to give love to the special teams for the way that they've been playing so far here this season.
No doubt about it. They've been playing exceptional. In fact, the special teams has really been the surprise of the season thus far, and we didn't talk a lot about it at the start of the season, but they've been very consistent. As we hear that they have the national anthem being sang, Dre, we'll take a quick break, and we'll get right back with our pregame coverage. How about that, sir?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So Andre and company getting set up as they get ready for tonight's contest between the Grambling State Tigers and the Prairie View A&M University Panthers. Prairie View coming in with a 2-0 conference record. I know they're 2-2, but we're going to call on and focus on what the numbers really, really count. And they're going to count on that conference side of things. So the Panthers trying to make sure that everything is everything on their end as they get ready to take on these Grambling State Tigers, who are hungry and ready for a change to come. You know, speaking of a change to come, I got a score to give you as far as update. Last time out, Grambling lost 36-19 to Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman gave it to the Tigers. As we mentioned, the Tigers were defeated, but the Panthers victorious over Alabama State. You can listen all season long to the Open Mic Broadcast Network for Prairie View game coverage. Near or far, we'll be there to give you the coverage. So as they are taking care of business, getting things ready to go, Panthers going to be coming out for the coin toss here momentarily. We'll get a description to you on what these guys are looking like. It's always an exciting time. They put on their Sunday best, if you allow me to say it that way, whenever they come to Dallas, Texas. So with that being said, we'll flip it back over to Andre for the rest of our pregame show.
Thank you, Dr. Mike Prince. Just finished our national anthem here in today's ball game. State Fair Classic coming at you live from Dallas, Texas. And again, it does not get any better than this. We're so excited to be here. We're so happy to be here as well. The teams haven't come out to the field just yet. We got about 11:45 here on the game clock for the Panthers are set to do battle against the Grambling State Tigers. Now, we talked about the defense, Mike, and we talked about what they need to do and how they've come up big so far here in this for the Panthers. But when we're looking at the offense and the things that they need to do to get the job done here in this ball game, what would be your assessment offensively do you feel like the Panthers need to do to try to be successful here in this ball game against Grambling?
They have to establish the run, because establishing the run is going to do exactly what we've been concerned about, third downs. If you can get 3 and 4 yards per rush, you're headed for a good productive night. Because typically speaking, if I get 4 yards a carry, Andre, usually on third down, I'm looking at 3rd and 2, 3rd or shorter, which is a great night to have a high percentage. And once again, for the Panthers on the defensive side to get off the field on defense. Want to see if Conley can keep his composure. And he showed a little life last time out against Alabama State by spinning the ball downfield. A lot of people thought they had to MO on him that he couldn't throw the ball, which is why he was running much. But he showed a very attack balance, or a balanced attack, I should say, last week. And so those are going to be some keys, and let the special team continue to apply pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Yes, sir. Now, you're absolutely right. You know, it's no secret that the main focal point of the Panthers offensively so far this season is to establish a run. You got 4 backers in the likes of Jaden Stewart, Ahmad Antoine, Bernard Goodward, and then even the freshman running back, Connor Wysham, that you can utilize to establish a rushing attack. And not to mention your quarterback, Trayvon Conley, as you just mentioned, who's bound to take off for a huge game when given an opportunity. The Panthers, of course, are currently ranked 3rd in the SWAC in terms of rushing yards per game, but none of that matters if you don't come in here and stick to the game plan. That is something that I feel like head coach Bubba McDowell has been doing so far this season. Our eye test, it's only week 5 of play, but our eye test so far appears that head coach Bubba McDowell is going to continue to stick to the game plan throughout the course of the game, at least leading into the particular game. And it appears that he has a mindset of, this is what we're going to do. Stop us if you can.
You know, Andre, it's ironic that you had mentioned that one of the concerns, even though Dooley did win the Western Division, but from day one of Dooley taking over, there was always concerns about the Panthers and their discipline, unnecessary penalties for fading in the second half. So far, as you mentioned, we're only in week 5, but you've seen a drastic reduction in penalties against the Panthers. I have an old theory. If you get 100 yards in penalties, that's equivalent to giving up a touchdown. And so the Panthers have had, I believe last game was 8 penalties for 64 yards. Not quite a touchdown, but it's been reduced because the Panthers in times past, 12, 13 penalties for 100-plus yards, and you're losing by 7, 8, 9 points. Those things make a huge, huge difference. And changing the culture, we hear that all the time. Bubba McDowell, although he's been in place for 11 seasons, but now he gets to put his signature on this team, and he is slowly but surely changing the culture.
Yes, sir. And it starts with the discipline, Mike. To your point, having the right discipline to put yourself in the best possible position throughout the game to be successful. And as you just mentioned, and we talked about this before in our previous pregame shows, if you're able to keep the penalties under 10, typically you're bound to be successful in that ball game, or at least put yourself in a position to be successful in that ball game. Anytime you're over 10 penalties for 100-plus yards, usually things typically don't go in your favor. So the past couple of weeks, the Panthers have improved on that, and Panther Nation is going to need a tall task for them today here against Grambling State, especially in that category. As a team,
no doubt about it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely fine. Teams will come out onto the field, getting ready to do the coin toss. The Panthers are coming in there all white, something that we talked about leading up to this game. They're coming in there all white with the gold helmet, the chrome gold helmet, if you will. The Grambling State are coming in with the white pants, with the black jerseys, and the gold numbers and the black helmets.
The G-list helmet, might we add?
Yes, sir. The G-list helmet. No helmet. No G on the helmets right now.
Well, if we go just on looks only, Panthers have already won. I love that look. I love that look, man.
Yes, sir. Panthers already won the fashion contest. Now they just got to take care of the game contest, if you will. As the teams are in the right at center field, as they're doing the coin toss. As it looks like Prairie View won the toss, but they may be deferring to the second half. We'll wait till we get the official call from our officials. Something that Prairie View has done several times here this season, win the coin toss, but they'll defer to the second half. They like to try to get that defense out there on the field at the beginning of the ball game. And it appears that so. The Panthers will defer to the second half, so the Grambling State Tigers will be receiving to start this game off. We've got about 5:20 and counting left here on the game clock as we're ready for some State Fair Classic here in Dallas, Texas, Mike.
Yes, sir. As we're getting ready for the State Fair Classic, we'll give you a couple of early score updates throughout the Southwestern Athletic Conference. It was homecoming in Huntsville, Alabama, as the Bulldogs were able to hold off the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats by the score of 35-27. So, therefore, A&M now in the winner's circle. They are 1-4 on the young season. And early in the first half, with about 5 minutes left remaining in the first half, FAMU on top of Mississippi Valley by the score of 14-7. We have other late games that will be kicking off right around the time we are. Arkansas at Pine Bluff will be at Southern University. Alabama State will be at Texas Southern. And, of course, the main attraction as far as we're concerned, the Prairie View A&M University Panthers, the visitors this year, taking on the Grambling State Tigers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The main attraction, as Mike just mentioned, and don't be surprised if this turns out to be a close ball game if it comes down to the wire. You know, so far through 5 weeks of action, both teams are right around 23 points per game. Grambling gets a slight edge with 23.8 points per game, and Prairie View right behind them with 23.3 points per game. And although from a statistical perspective, the Panthers are given a much edge in terms of total defense, this is one of those games where you can easily get caught off guard if you come out flat. And that's something that we definitely don't want to see here, especially if you're a Panther Nation.
No doubt.
Sir.
You cannot come off flat. You want to get a quick start out the gate and don't let off the throttle. Don't ever let off the throttle, my man.
Don't let off the throttle. You may hear the sounds of the marching storm in the background. Another thing here, as always, you know, the football team is going to put on the show for the fans today, but we cannot forget about the sound, the beautiful sound of the marching storm putting on the show for Panther Nation here at the State Fair Classic in Dallas, Texas.
Yes, sir, and I love that sound. There's none like it as far as I'm concerned. I know everybody's proud of their band, and everybody say their bands do their thing, but ain't nothing like that marching storm. And, you know, I get really excited, Andre, when the marching storm is playing in the rain. It's just poetry in motion as far as I'm concerned. Something about that thunder of the drums and the rain falling down, baby, is just meant to be that way.
Well, the marching storm is going to bring the thunder, and hopefully the Panthers can bring the lightning. You will have thunder and lightning clashing together. There's no way that they can be defeated.
No way at all. No way at all. And look, before we go, we want to acknowledge and give a shout out to our stat people, Jack White, marketing, Ben Edwards, and we also want to thank Miss LaTanya Thurston up in the booth, helping us with, keeping things. There have been some number changes on Grambling side, and they were able to provide that information. And it just goes to show, Andre, we can't do it on our own. It takes teamwork to make a dream work,
It absolutely. It definitely takes teamwork to make a dream work. And hopefully the Panthers can make our dream come true by getting the win here against the Grambling State Tigers.
Yes, sir. Now, last week, Andre, the game was pretty fast, 2 hours and 36 minutes, because it was a lot of running, so that clock kept moving. Do you think we're going to see something like that tonight?
Well, it depends on how Grambling State comes out offensively. We know for the Panthers, it seems that their game so far this season has been moving by fairly quickly, because they're going to come out and they're going to run the ball and they're going to keep running it and then they're going to run it some more. Typically, when you're doing that, the clock is continually moving. So we'll see. It all depends on how Grambling's going to come out. But we know if you're the Panthers, one thing they like to try to do is run the ball and control the clock at the same time. So
and another thing they're going to try to do.
Yes, sir.
Another thing they're going to try to do, Andre, is run the ball.
And I forgot to mention. I forgot to mention that they're gonna try to run it today too.
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. Well, the teams are coming out onto the field. As the Panthers are getting ready to kick this off, they're going to be kicking from right to left. And back for the Grambling State Tigers is going to be number 19, Antoine Jones. And he's going to be accompanied by number 81, Cash Foley. As the clock has hit 15 minutes on the clock for the start of today's ball game. And we're ready to get some action here at the State Fair Classic in Dallas, Texas. We want to thank you all so much for joining us. Andre Davis here with you alongside the Dr. Mike Prince. You are tuned into Panther football right here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. The Panthers are ready to do battle against the Grambling State Tigers State Fair Classic. And as we mentioned before, nothing but fireworks and electricity you are bound to get one way or the other. But, of course, if you're Panther Nation, you want it to be the other. As the kicking team is out on the field, Panthers will be kicking from right to left. As this kick is up, and he's going to field this one at the 1 yard line. He's going to get past the 5, past the 10. He's going to run to the left side, past the 20. And he's going to be out of bounds right at the 30-yard line. They're going to officially mark this one at the 29-yard line. And that's where the Grambling State Tigers will set up shop, moving left to right. As the Panthers defense come out onto the field, ready to get things going here in this ball game. And try not to the field for the Tigers, the quarterback, Quaterius Hawkins. As Hawkins barks at the line of scrimmage, he's going to be on the center. He's going to hand this off to the running back. He's going to run to the left side. Not a whole lot doing there. Only picks up about a yard on the play. As the big man, Troy, the Panthers, getting things done here early in this first quarter. It's going to bring up 2nd and 9 for the Tigers. Ball is going to be played at the 31-yard line. As Hawkins is going to have one receiver to his right. And the running back, Chase Williams, is going to be lined up directly behind him. Hawkins on the center. He's going to pitch it to the right side, and he's going to get past the 30, past the 35. He's going to be brought down right at the 38-yard line. Running back Chance Williams on a solid run for the Tigers. Not quite a first down, as he was stopped just right before the first down marker. Going to bring up 3rd and 1 for the Tigers. Ball's going to be placed at the 37-yard line. Hawkins look to the line of scrimmage. Gives them the signal. He's going to have one receiver to his left. I formation for the Tigers. Another handoff to Chance up the middle. He's going to follow his blockers. He's past the 40. He's going to be brought down, but not before getting the first down for so a solid run there by Chance. He's going to give Tigers a first down, moving left to right. Ball's now going to be placed at the 42-yard line. 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Hawkins. Empty backfield setup. Hawkins goes on the center. He sends a man in motion. This time he's going to fake it, play action fake. He's going to be looking downfield. He has a man. It's incomplete. As he had a man downfield, number 88, Claude Coleman, the intended receiver on the play. Jamias Presley on the cover for the Panthers. Going to bring up 2nd and 10. Ball placed at the 42-yard line. 1 receiver on each side for Hawkins. As Williams lines up directly behind Hawkins, and under center. Another handoff to Williams. He's going to get past the 40. Not a whole lot doing there. Gains about 2 yards on the play. He was brought down by the linebacker, Warren Schenkel. He's going to bring up 3rd and 9 for the Tigers.
All right, Andre, we're 0 for 1 on 3rd down. See if we can come out 1 for 2.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Previously, it was 3rd and about manageable. This one is going to be 3rd and 9. It'll be huge for the Panthers. They can get off the field here on this particular play. Hawkins is going to have 3 receivers to his right and 1 to the left. And he's going to go with a throw up the middle. He's going to get past a few defenders. He's going to be brought down right before the first down marker. Picked up about 8 yards on the play, and he was stopped short of the first down. He's going to bring up 4th and 1. We'll see how the Tigers are going to manage this one here on this opening drive.
Well, it's still early. You would think that Jackson will send his punt unit out, but you never can tell in a game where you desperately need a win.
Well, Hugh Jackson will not send his punting units out. The offense will stay on the field. Ball placed right at midfield, 4th and 1 for the Tigers. Another handoff to Williams. This time he's going to cut to the left side, and he has nothing but daylight past the 20, past the 10. He's still moving, and he's going to dive for the end zone. And they're going to call it a touchdown, Tigers. So
wow.
The Tigers go for it. Yes, sir. So the Tigers go for it on 4th and 1. And Williams has a 50-yard run to get a touchdown. But we do have a flag on the play. And this one may be coming back as teams are walking back to midfield.
Well, fortunately for the Panthers, it's coming back. But when you have him running, everybody was drawn in, and he bounced it outside and had the speed and agility to get down and made it a foot race. Hopefully a lesson learned for the Panthers. And now we might see the punting unit for sure now.
Absolutely. So the Panthers catch a break there, holding penalty charge against the Tigers. So now that's going to repeat 4th down. Now it's going to be 4th and 10, and the punting units will come out onto the field. Xavier Johnson back to receive the punt for the Panthers. He's standing at their own 20-yard line. Got about 11-18 remaining here in the first quarter. We're scoreless so far here in this ball game. As this one is off, Johnson is going to wave this one off, and he's going to fair catch this one right at the 20-yard line. So the Panthers were able to catch a break there on that opening drive. Penalty charge against the Tigers, and what would have been a 50-yard touchdown run was called back, and the Panthers are going to set up shop on the opening drive at their own 20-yard line.
Well, one thing that's telling me, Andre, as the team's coming out on the field, that was a desperate move by a desperate team, and fortunate enough for the Panthers, they didn't get bit by it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's something the Panthers are going to try to tighten up on the next drive. As Conley's going to have 1 receiver to his right and 1 to the left. He's going to send the man in motion. And he's going to go with a play action fake. He's going to roll to his left side, and he's finally going to throw it at the last minute, and that pass is going to be complete. He's going to be out of bounds right at the first down marker. We can credit that catch to the tight end, number 80, Dylan Domel. Going to bring up 2nd and 1 for the Panthers. Panthers kind of going with a hurry-up offense. Connor's going to have 2 receivers. This time he's going to hand to Ahmad Antoine to the left side. He's going to keep his legs moving. He's going to get past the 30. He's finally going to be knocked out of bounds. Gain of about 6 yards on the play, and that's going to be enough for Panthers' first down. So 2 plays in the first down so far for the Panthers. 1 pass, 1 run. The Panthers will have 1st and 10. Ball placed at the 33-yard line. Panthers moving right to left. Conley's going to have trips to the right and 1 to the left. Conley, drop back to pass. He steps up in the pocket. He's going to take it himself. He's going to get past the 35, and he's going to be brought down right at the 36-yard line. Didn't see anything downfield. Conley decided to take it himself. Picks up a solid gain for the Panthers. Going to bring up 2nd and 7 for the Panthers. Conley's going to have 1 receiver on each side. As a running back, Jaden Stewart checks in the game for Ahmad Antoine. He's going to be offset to Conley's left. And he's going to fake it to Stewart. He's going to run it himself. He's going to get past the 40, and he's just going to go down near the first down marker. So a smart slide there by Trayvon Conley. As he picks up a solid gain and another first down for the Panthers.
Like the way things are flowing right now, young man.
Like the way things are flowing, the Panthers are rolling here on this opening drive. Conley has 20 receivers. As he's going to drop back the pass, he steps up and he has a man, and that pass is going to be in and out of his hands. Incomplete. As Conley had a man downfield, if he was able to bring that one in, he would be able to pick up a solid gain for the Panthers. It was number 86, Ty Holden, a guy who had a solid performance last week against Alabama State. Going to bring that one in on that drive. 2nd and 10 for the Panthers. Ball placed at the 43-yard line. Panthers moving right to left. Empty backfield for the Panthers. As Conley sends a man in motion, he's going to hand this one out. Jet sweep to the right side. As the Tigers were able to sniff that one out. Not a whole lot doing on that play. And that was a freshman running back, Connor Wysham, on the carry for the Panthers. So it's going to bring up 3rd and about 6 for the Panthers. Ball placed at the 47-yard line. Another empty backfield setup for the Panthers. 2 receivers to the left and 2 to the right. As Conley drop back the pass. He has a man. That pass is going to be complete. And that's going to be enough for a Panthers first down. And that was to the receiver, Ty Holden, making up for the last incompletion as he picked up a solid first down for the Panthers.
Panthers going a nice balanced attack thus far in this opening drive.
Nice balanced attack. Panthers now find themselves Tiger territory. Ball's now going to be placed at the 41-yard line. Another handoff up the middle. Keeps his legs moving. Picks up about 2 yards on the play. Got 8:25 and counting here in the first quarter. We're scoreless. Opening drive for the Panthers. As the running back, Jaden Stewart, checks back in for Ahmad Antoine. As Conley looks to the sideline to get the call. He's got 2 receivers to his left and 2 to the right. Stewart's going to be offset to his right. Conley, drop back the pass. He steps up, rolls to the right side. He has green grass, get past the 40, and he's going to be out of bounds. And that's going to be another first down for the Panthers.
Move those sticks.
And this is a quarterback that has no problem taking off. It appears that he may be counting in his head 1,001, 1,002. And if he doesn't have an open receiver, Conley is taking off.
Well, it's almost like that option read. You know, you look to pass. If it's not there, run with it.
Absolutely. This time Conley's going to hand off to Ahmad Antoine, who checked back in for Jaden Stewart. Ahmad Antoine's going to pick up solid yards on that play past the 25-yard line. Ball's going to be placed officially at the 23-yard line. It's going to be 2nd and 2 for the Panthers. Panthers moving right to left. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Another handoff to Ahmad Antoine. He's past the 20. He's going to pick up another first down for the Panthers. About another 6-yard gain for Ahmad Antoine. As the Panthers are moving along here, well within Tiger territory. Another 1st and 10. Panthers moving right to left. Ball now placed at the 17-yard line. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Conley. Conley gets the play call. He barks up the line of scrimmage. Ahmad Antoine offset to his left. He's going to give it to Ahmad Antoine again. He's going to be brought down just right at the 15-yard line. Gain of about 3 yards on the play. Jaden Stewart now checks in for Ahmad Antoine. As Conley looks to the sideline to get the call, he's going to have 3 receivers to his left. As the Panthers are slowly working things here on this opening drive. We got 6:05 remaining here in the first quarter, and we talked about how quickly these games go by for the Panthers so far this season. As we're nearly to the end of our first quarter, this time they're going to go with the quarterback keeper for Conley. He's going to run to the right side. He's only going to pick up 2 yards on the play. But his helmet did come off on that last play. Usually you have to sit out for a play. If your helmet comes off, yes, sir. He appears to be okay. He's walking off on his own power, but he will have to sit out a play. So the other quarterback, Chris Herron, is going to check in for Trayvon Conley, as we're going to have 3rd and 5 for the Panthers. A handoff to Jaden Stewart. He's going to cut to the right side. He's going to get another solid gain for the Panthers. It's going to be enough for another Panthers first down.
Beautiful, beautiful. Coming up on play number 15 in this drive, Andre, and the Panthers looking strong.
Panthers are looking strong. Chris Harris is going to stay on the field. He's going to hand off to Jaden Stewart again. This time Jaden's going to get inside the 5-yard line. He's going to be brought down just right at the 3-yard line. So the Panthers are feeding the 2 backs that's been very successful so far this season, Ahmad Antoine and Jaden Stewart, doing the dirty work in affiliation with Trayvon Conley on the ground for the Panthers so far here in this opening drive. They're looking sharp, looking crisp. We're going to have 2nd down coming up. Ball's placed at the 3-yard line. Another handoff to Jaden Stewart. He's going to lower his shoulders, and he's going to be in for a Panthers touchdown. 3-yard gain for the running back, Jaden Stewart. He scampers his way in for a Panthers touchdown with the PAT to follow.
You got to love that, Andre. 16 plays on that drive, 13 of them were runs.
16 plays, 13 runs. We talked about it in our pregame show. Bubba McDowell coming out with his typical game plan of controlling the clock, grounding and pounding it with those running backs, and basically saying, stop us if you can. As the snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. So the Panthers strike first blood here in today's contest at the State Fair Classic. And they're leading this one by a score of 7-0 with 4:31 remaining here in the first quarter.
The Panthers jump out with an opening drive to take a 7-0 lead, just dominating on the ground thus far. 13 runs to 3 pass plays for a total of 16 plays. And the Panthers able to take advantage some great opportunities in field position. We'll remind you guys that you are listening to the Open Mic Broadcast Network, the voice of student athletics, been serving the community through faith and athletics since 2002. You can join us for the 1876 after party, 15 minutes at the conclusion of tonight's game. We're going to give Andre the night off since he's going to be with his missus in the State Fair Classic, and the old man will hold it down for him in the post-game show. But you guys be sure to check us out at the website, obnradio.com, for the 1876 after party. Andre, what do you think about that impressive drive with that impressive looking uniform match that they got with that ice white and that gold dome?
Well, they say when you look good, you play good.
Yeah,
and the Panthers look very good. The Panthers look very good, very sharp, very crisp on that drive. 16 plays, went 80 yards. They started from their own 20-yard line, went 80 yards in 16 plays. 13 of those plays were runs, grounding and pounding. Head coach Bubba McDowell sticking with the game plan and telling everybody out there, stop us if you can. Still early in this game, but if you can. It's still early in this ball game, but if you're Panther Nation, you got to be impressed with the way that the Panthers were able to be aggressive on that opening drive here in this ball game.
No doubt about it. Now, hopefully they can capitalize and take advantage of the mistakes on that fourth down play in particular, so that doesn't come back to bite them. Andre, we got time. I'm going to give you a quick update. I'm sorry, a quick update. Halftime, Mississippi Valley is trailing FAMU 14-7, and Southern on top of Pine Bluff 7-0 in the first quarter play.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, one of the things I was going to say that I didn't get a chance to say before the game started, but consistency was one of the things I was going to be looking for the Panthers. So far this season, the Panthers have not had a problem coming out strong and coming out aggressive. What I'm going to be looking for the Panthers is that second half of play and how they come out in the second half and whether or not they come out flat or not. The Panthers have been coming out strong and aggressive so far here in the 2022 season. So while I was impressed with that opening drive, it's nothing that we haven't seen from the Panthers so far here in this season. So consistency is what I'm going to be looking for here in this ball game. As a team,
am I detecting a little Janet Jackson? What have you done for me lately?
What have you done for me lately? Panthers come out to the field, and they're ready to kick this one off. Kicking from right to left. He's going to field this one at the 5-yard line, get past the 10, past the 15, and he's going to be brought down just right at the 16-yard line. Let's see where they're officially going to mark this one. They're going to mark this one at the 17-yard line. That's where the Grambling State Tigers are going to set up shop. Move the ball on their opening drive. You're just now tuning in. They were able to get just right at midfield. There was a 50-yard run into the end zone, but it was called back to a holding penalty against the Grambling Tigers. But they went for it on 4th and 1, ball was right at midfield. And if it wasn't for the holding penalty, we could be looking at a 7-7 score here in this ball game. But nonetheless, we are looking at a 7-0 score in favor of your Prairie A&M University Panthers. About 23 remaining here in the first quarter. Teams haven't taken the field just yet. We want to take this opportunity to thank some of our sponsors and support for making cast possible. The A Rocket Movers and Stores located at 33 Boulevard in Texas. You can contact James Wood at 713-545-0658. Again, that's 713-545-0658. And we want to remind all of our listeners that if you would like to become a listening partner, if you've been excited, if you've been thrilled with the coverage and the information that we've been providing to you here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network, you can continue to support by becoming a listening partner for just 17 cents a day. You can visit our website at obnradio.com. Again, that's obnradio.com. And your donation will help support our programming here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Still waiting for the teams to come back out into the field. And our other sponsors for helping us out here in today's ball game, T's Barbecue, located at 3307 Spring Sumner Road in Spring, Texas. They can be contacted at 832-246-8552. Again, that's 832-246-8552. And we also want to thank the Temple of Refuge Ministries. You can join the Temple of Refuge Ministries each Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time by dialing the same exact number that you're listening to right now. That's 857-777-0000. Again, that's 857-777-0000. As the teams that make their way out to the field, we'll be ready to start the second drive here in today's ball game. As Hawkins going to have 3 receivers to his left and 1 to the right. And Hawkins, quick pass to the right side. That pass is going to be caught. Past the 20, he's going to be brought down just right at the 25 yard. The number 10, Lyndon Rash, on the reception for the Tigers. About a 9-yard pickup on that play. Going to bring up 2nd and 1. Tigers moving left to right. Ball plays at the 26-yard line. This time a handoff up the middle. He's not going to get much, but he will have enough for a Tigers first down. You can credit that to number 0, Floyd Chalk, on the carry for the Tigers. As we do have some stoppage in the play. Not quite sure. Looks like we have an injury timeout on the field. There's an injured Panther down on the play.
Well, hopefully everything will come out fine for this young man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hopefully everything will come out. He is up now, kind of slowly walking, but he is walking on his own power. So that is a great sign if you are the Panthers. And it looks like that was the cornerback, number 19, Bryce Turner. So he does appear to be walking on his own power.
Well, that's good.
Yes, sir. So it was an official timeout because it was an injury timeout. We got 3:57 remaining here in the first quarter. Panthers on top of this one by the score of 7-0. If you're just now tuning in, only one drive for the Panthers, an 80-yard drive in 16 plays, to give themselves an early lead here in today's ball game. And as we mentioned before, following the conclusion of this game, you can join us right here at the Upper Mike Broadcast Network on this very same number for our 1876 post-game show. As the Dr. Mike Prince mentioned, I will be taking a break on this particular show. But the doctor, you are well within great hands with the doctor. He gets the job done like no other. 1876 post-game show right here at the Upper Mike Broadcast Network. Teams haven't come out on the field just yet. So, Mike, what has been your assessment so far in this ball game? Again, it's still early. We've got 3:57 here in the first quarter. But so far, what has been your assessment here in this ball game?
Well, right now, the Panthers are setting the tempo and the flow of the game, and you want to make sure that you set that tempo on both sides of the ball. And so far, so good, Dre. I'm liking what's going on right now. They're sticking to their game plan, and they're not just wearing out Connolly's legs. They're spreading that love around with both backs.
Well, yeah, they're definitely spreading the love out. If you're Trayvon Conley, as we talked about before, this is a young man that has no problem taking off whenever he feels the need to. So far, whenever he dropped back to pass, it appears that he's counting his head 1,001, 1,002, and if he doesn't have a man downfield, he's just going to try to pick up what he can get, and he did that very well on that last drive for the Panthers.
No doubt. It's the uniforms, Dre. That's what it is.
Got to be the uniforms. It's got to be the uniforms. Well, so far, there's been one first down here in this drive for the Tigers. They had on the first down, they had a pass play for about 9 yards, and they went with a run on second down. About 2nd and 1, they picked up another first down, So it will be 1st and 10. Ball's going to be placed at the 27-yard line. Tigers moving left to right. So Hawkins going to have 2 receivers to his left and 1 to the right. And this time Hawkins going to fake pass, and he's going to run to the right side, but he's not going to have any doing on that play. He was brought down, only picking up about a yard on the play. The cornerback, Dylan Desire, on the stop for the Panthers. 2nd and 9 coming up for the Tigers. The Tigers appear to going with more of a bunch formation, if you will, something that we typically see when a team is at the goal line. As Hawkins is going to attempt to pass, and that pass is going to be complete just past the 35-yard line. Solid game for the Tigers. Not enough for a first down. It's going to bring up 3rd and 2 for the Tigers. Ball's going to be placed right at the 36-yard line. As Hawkins gets the signal, he's barking at the line of scrimmage. Still going with a bunch formation. He has 3 receivers out there on the field, 2 to the left and 1 to the right, but they're not quite spread out, as we do have a flag on the play. There was some movement on the front line.
False start.
Yes, sir. False start charge against the Tigers. Going to back them up 5 yards. Ball's now going to be placed at the 31-yard line.
Now, they still got to get them off the field on these 3rd downs, though.
Yes, sir. So now what would have been 3rd and 2 is now 3rd and 7 for the Tigers. 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Hawkins got back to pass, and that pass is going to be incomplete. It was batted up at the line of scrimmage. Looks like we have a little bit of tussling going on, if you will. As I mentioned early in this ball game, this is a game that's filled with a lot of emotion and there's a lot of anticipation for this game. If you're the Panthers, you don't want to do anything out of the ordinary. You want to continue doing what you're doing. So that last incompletion will bring up 4th down for the Tigers. The punting units will come out onto the field. Xavier Johnson is back to receive the punt for the Panthers. He's going to be at their own 30-yard line. So check
should
that. Now
be good field position.
25-yard line.
Still should be good field position.
Yes, sir. On that last drive, they fielded right at the 20-yard line, and he's going to get right up under this one, but he's going to be met immediately, but still in solid field position for the Panthers. The ball will officially be placed at the 44-yard line. Panthers will be moving right to left.
Let's keep it moving, fellas.
Position for the Panthers. Yes, sir. Let's keep it moving. Yes, sir. Excellent field position for the Panthers. Last drive at their own 20-yard line. Now they're going to be starting this one at their own 41-yard line. Panthers will be moving left to right when teams come back out into the field.
Well, the Panthers set in prime position yet again, Dre. Let's see if they can keep that throttle open. They've been eating up clock. Let's keep it moving. I prefer touchdowns, but if I get 3, I'm okay with that too.
I prefer points. Points,
yes,
points, and more points. If you're
yes, sir.
And as you
never have
Mike,
too many.
You can never have too many. And as you mentioned, quickly moving along here in this ball game, we got 2:18 remaining here in the first quarter. Appears that the first quarter has flown by, and that's been a feeling so far for most Panther games so far this season.
Yes, sir. You've had the first game against Texas Southern was 3 hours, 26 minutes, and then against Abilene Christian was 3 hours, 32 minutes. Then you had 3 hours and 26 minutes against Incarnate Word. But last week, 2 hours, 26 minutes against Alabama State. And that's warp speed when you talk about football, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very fast ball game. Very fast ball game. But if you're the Panthers, that's something that you typically would like to do. And that's something they've been doing so far here in this game. That's what they've been doing so far this season.
Especially when you have a lead.
Yes, sir. Especially when you have a lead. Especially when you have a lead. As the sun has slowly started to go down here at the Cotton Bowl, as the fans have definitely poured in here for today's game. As you can hear the sounds of the band in the background, you can tell that the fans are definitely enjoying themselves as they're getting 2 for 1. If you're a Panther Nation, or even if you're Grambling State fans, you're always guaranteed to get a 2 for 1 here at the State Fair Classic.
Well, in some cases, it's a 3 for 1. You get the game, you get the game, you get the State Fair, but you got to get the victory.
Got to get the victory. Well, let's see if the Panthers can get the victory so far. They've been doing well so far here in this ball game. Teams to come back out into the field. It's going to be 1st and 10 for the Panthers. Ball placed at the 41-yard line. Conley has 2 receivers to his left. He sends a man in motion. He's going to hand off to Jaden Stewart up the right side, and he's going to be met right at the line of scrimmage on a gain of about 1 yard on the play. Panthers are sticking with the rushing attack here on the second drive in the first quarter. 1 yard pickup for Jaden Stewart. Another guy that we're happy to see in uniform, suited up and ready to go. Going to bring up 2nd and 9. Ball placed at the 45-yard line. Stewart offset to Conley's left. Another handoff to Stewart. This time nothing doing as he was met right at the line of scrimmage for a gain of no yards on the play. So
one thing about it, I said you got to be dedicated to the run. You got to be dedicated. You're going to have drives like that. You get something, you lose something.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ahmad Antoine has checked in for Jaden Stewart. As Jaden Stewart took the load on 1st and 2nd down. Ahmad Antoine now in the game here on 3rd down. 3rd and 10. Stewart actually lost a yard on that last play, so 3rd and 10 to be exact for the Panthers. Ball plays back at their 44-yard line. This time Conley attempts to pass. He steps up in the pocket. He rolls to his left side. He spins out one defender, and he's finally brought down. He will not have enough for a Panthers first down. He was brought down just right at the 48-yard line. It's going to bring up 4th down for the Panthers, and the punting units will come out into the field. So
well, I'm glad that Bubba.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Dre. I'm glad that Bubba didn't get into a testosterone contest and decide he wanted to go for it. You got the lead. You got the momentum. Let your D work for you.
Let your D work for you, something they've been doing all season long. Not a whole lot doing on that last drive. Panthers went with the rushing attack as we anticipated they would do, but this time it didn't work out in their favor as he muffed that punt, and it's going to be recovered by the Panthers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
A muffed punt by the Grambling State Tigers. He tried to run under it at the last minute, couldn't fully haul it in, and the Panthers were able to recover it.
Now, Dre, help me out. Can you make out the number of the young man who muffed that punt?
I cannot make out the number.
Well, you know I can.
It appears that it was number 45, Ricky Frazier, who muffed that one. And the Panthers will have a fresh set of downs well within Tiger territory. Ball is now placed at the 20-yard line. So Colin's going to have 2 receivers to his right and 1 to the left. And he's going to be accompanied by Turner Weisham along with Bernard Goodwater in the backfield. 8 seconds to go here in the first quarter as Panthers are knocking on the door here again here in the first quarter as they're leading this one 7-0. As he sends Weisham in motion, he's going to go with the swing pass to the right side that the doctor loves so much. And he's going to shed a few defenders. Fine's going to be brought out of bounds at the gain of about 4 yards on the play. We do have a flag on the play.
Yeah, that might be against the old Panthers. Holding.
Or it may be face mask.
Oh, I'll take that one too. I'll take that one too.
Yes, sir. And yes, sir. And we called it. And it's going to be a personal foul face mask charge against the Tigers. And that will be an automatic first down for the Panthers.
You can never go wrong with the swing pass, man. See what happens when you do the swing pass?
The Dr. Mike Prince gets his wish at least once every time the Panthers play, because the Dr. Mike Prince loves the swing pass, especially when it works out in the favor of the Panthers. And that particular play it did, as we do have a timeout on the field.
We're at the end of the first quarter, right?
Wake up. Yes, sir. That last play just took us to the end of the first quarter. My apologies.
No problem.
At the end of the first quarter, the teams will switch sides. The Panthers should be first and goal for the Panthers when the teams come back out to the field.
All right, Andre Davis giving us the play-by-play from the State Fair Classic. Panthers on top by the score of 7-0. Panthers looking good, feeling good, and sounding good right now over the airways. Want to remind you that we will be at home on the Hill next week as the Panthers will be hosting the Southern Jaguars at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And, of course, you can listen to that game live right here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. You can also check out the Mike Prince Show, which airs daily. You can check us out by way of our YouTube channel, the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Subscribe to that channel. Never miss anything that's being produced here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. So go ahead and visit today. Open Mic Broadcast Network on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter at the Mike Prince Show. You can do that and get all the tweets and in and outs that's going on. I don't tweet that much, but I do tweet. You do listen because we take advantage of the technology available to us. So go ahead and follow me today, the Mike Prince Show on Twitter. Andre, the Panthers in prime real estate yet again. I know you say you want points. I want a touchdown now. I want a touchdown. Got to have it.
Well, when I said points, I definitely meant touchdown. 6 or 7 is always better than 3, but I'll take it any way that I can get it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Probably one of the fastest first quarters.
And it's something that we talked about so far here in the season for the Panthers. But when you're constantly grounding and pounding it, that clock continues to run, and you'll look up and it's already halftime. That took us to the end of our first quarter just like that. But if you're the Panthers, everything is going according to game plan. Controlling the clock.
20 offensive plays, Andre. 20 offensive plays, 16 runs, 4 passes.
And if you're the Panther Nation, those stats right there have to align with the way in which you have wanted this ball game to work out so far.
No doubt. No doubt about
it. Absolutely. So when the teams come back onto the field, one of the things you're going to be looking for, at least what I'm going to be looking for, is that the Panthers can capitalize. Something that we want the Panthers to do. I feel like I would give them, if I had to give a letter grade, I would give them a solid B on being able to capitalize on the other team's misfortune so far in the 2022 campaign. So the ball is placed right at the 9-yard line of the Tigers. It's going to be first and goal when the teams come back out into the field. Due to a muffed punt by the Grambling State Tigers, the Panthers were able to fall on it. We're going to see if the Panthers are going to be able to capitalize on Grambling's misfortune.
Well, we've been talking about it all season, and special teams come through again. Even though it was a muff punt, that still will be a plus for the special teams unit. And right now, Andre, they have to get an A+ for their performance thus far.
Well, when it comes to special teams, a part of your job as a special team is also being in the right place at the right time. Of course, you want the special teams to block punt and things of that nature, but even if you can't block a punt or something along those lines, even if you find yourself in the right place at the right time to capitalize, that's considered doing your job for special teams. And the Panthers special teams was in the right place at the right time when he muffed that punt, so they did their job on that play to get the Panthers an opportunity to add more points here in this second quarter. As the teams come back out onto the field, yes, sir. Teams are back out onto the field. Conley's going to have one receiver to his left and one to the right. As Ahmad Antoine is going to be the running back that's going to accompany him. He's going to hand off to Ahmad Antoine, and he's going to be brought down, only picking up about a few yards on the play. Going to bring up 2nd and goal for the Panthers. As the Panthers go with a run on that last play to Ahmad Antoine. Ball is now placed at the 6-yard line of the Tigers. One receiver to the left and one to the right. Antoine's going to be all set to Conley's right. This time he's going to fake it to Ahmad Antoine. He's going to keep it himself. She has one defender, but he's not going to have anywhere to go. He's going to lose yards on the play. And ball is now going to be placed at the 10-yard line.
Let me ask you this, Andre. Is this 4-down territory, sir?
No, sir. It is not 4th down territory. If you cannot get the score here on 3rd down. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you say you want them points. I'll say I want them 3. I'll take them 3, but I want this 6, though.
Yes, sir. I want this 6. It's 3rd and goal now. Ball placed at the 9-yard line. If you cannot get a score here, you have a kicker in the likes of Luis Reyes, who has shown so far this season that he has a leg on him. Utilize him and kick a field goal if you cannot get the touchdown here on 3rd down. 3rd and goal to be exact. Ball placed at the 9-yard line. Conley back to pass. He rolls to his right side. He has nowhere to go. He's going to be brought down inside the 10. We do have a flag on the play. As the flag was thrown, just as Conley was rolling to the right side, right before he was brought down. So holding penalty charge against the Panthers. Penalty will be declined by the Tigers, and it will bring up 4th down. So the Panthers were not able to get the touchdown on that last play. Field goal units will come out to kick this one. Ball's placed at the 9-yard line.
26-yard field goal attempt. There you go.
Yes, sir. About a 20. But Dr. Mike Prince has taught me well. 26-yard field goal attempt for the Panthers. As they're sorting some things out with the game clock, looks like they're going to try to reset the game clock.
As long as it's running.
It is running. They reset the game clock to 13:35. It was 13:45 showing on the game clock. As Luis Reyes is set to kick this, was going to be a 26-yard field goal attempt for the Panthers. Snap is down, kick is up, and it is good with plenty of room to spare. So with that, the Panthers extend their lead to 10-0 here in the second quarter, 13:08 remaining. Wasn't able to get the touchdown, but they were able to add points due to the muff punt by Grambling State. And the Panthers go on top of this one by the score of 10-0.
Panthers on top 10-0, and we want to thank one of our sponsors right now, the Panther Backers. The Panther Backers have been supporting Prairie View Athletics since 1986. Dino Robinson, former football player, and his group have been doing a tremendous job of showing support and raising funds for Prairie View Athletics. They have an annual golf tournament, which is the first weekend of May. And when I tell you something, even if you're not a golfer, it is something to behold. These guys do a fantastic job each and every year raising funds and supporting PV Athletics. You can be a part of the movement from the Panther Backers by getting in contact with Dino Robinson at 713-417-2090. Serving PV Athletics since 1995, the Panther Backers.
Well, the Panther Backers have been serving PV Athletics, and Prairie View is serving Grambling State so far here at the State Fair Classic. And we're here this by a score of 10-0 with 13:08 remaining here in the second quarter. Serving them up, if you will. And if you're Panther Nation, you got to be impressed with the way the Panthers have been playing so far here in this ballgame.
Yes, sir. I like your play on words too, young man. I like your play on
I
words.
learned from the best. I learned from the best. Learned from the best.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And like I said before, consistency is going to be a key. Is going to be a key indicator for the Panthers so far. As I mentioned before, the Panthers have had no trouble coming out aggressively through the first two quarters of play so far here in this season. They did against Texas Southern, Abilene Christian, and Corner Word, Alabama State, and they're doing it so far here in this ball game. What we're going to be wanting to see from the Panthers is how they're going to come out at the start of the third quarter. Now, if you're just now tuning in, the Panthers deferred to the second half, and they put their defense out in the field to start this ball game, which is something that we've seen for the Panthers so far this season. So regardless of how this second quarter turns out, the Panthers will get the ball to start the third quarter here in this game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Put it in the defensive hands, and I like that. Being a defensive player myself, I know you running backs think y'all can make things happen all the time, but put it in the hands of defense.
Gets all the glory. They get all the glory. And that's why I mentioned before during our look at a team that has a winning record, and for the Panthers case, we're talking about their conference record as they're 2-0, sitting first place in the West Division of Southwestern Athletic Conference. Usually, offense is like the number one indicator that most people would like to point to in terms of the creditors. But so far, from my eye test and my assessment so far this season, the defense has played exceptionally well. They've kept the Panthers in close ball games as well as a special teams.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As the team come back out onto the – yes, sir.
No, I just say keep on keeping on.
Yes, sir. Keep on keeping on. And this one's going to be fair catch right at the 7-yard line. That's where the Grambling State Tigers are going to set up shop, moving right to the left. We've got 13 of the second quarter. Just now tuning in, Panthers on score of 10-0, looking sharp, looking crisp so far here in this ball game. Not a whole lot of mistakes so far by the Panthers. If you're a Panther Nation, you can be loving the way the team has been so far. So check that. Ball will actually be placed at the 25-yard line of the Grambling State Tigers, moving right to left. And the Tigers going to go with an empty backfield setup, as we do have a stoppage in the play.
While we got that stoppage in play, Andre, I'll give you a score update. Texas Southern is leading Alabama State right now by the score of 7-0. FAMU is on top of Mississippi Valley 14-7, and you have Southern University on top of Arkansas Pine Bluff 21-3.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for that, Dr. Mike Prince. It appears that last stoppage, it appears that they were trying to reset the game clock to 13:08. As Grambling did take their first timeout so far here in the first half, the 32nd timeout. So teams are making their way back onto the field. Ball placed at the 25-yard line. Grambling moving right to one receiver to his left. He's going to be under center. He's going to hand off to the running back up the middle. He's going to cut to the right side. Not a whole lot good. He's going to be just shy of the 30-yard line. And that was number 6, C.J. Russell, on the carry for the Tigers, as he was brought down by number 9, Keyshawn Johnson. Second and 6 coming up for the Tigers. Ball placed at the 29-yard line. As Hawkins sends a man in motion, empty backfield setup. As Hawkins drop back to pass, he steps up in the pocket. He's still looking for a man downfield. He's going to air this one long, and that pass is incomplete. Broken up by the Panthers. Number 4, Jamias Presley, the cornerback on the coverage for the Panthers.
Well, Bubba McDowell has a lot of confidence. He has a lot of confidence in defensive backs.
Yes, sir. He has a lot of confidence as the woes continue for Grambling State. There was a flag on that play, and it was holding charge against Grambling State. We're going to back them up 10 more yards. Ball's now going to be placed at their own 19-yard line. They have to get to the 35-yard line for a first down. Still second down for Grambling State. Second and 16 to be exact. As Hawkins going to have 3 receivers to his right and 1 to the left. He's going to attempt to pass, and that pass is going to be incomplete.
When you're on the defensive side of the ball, this is fun, Andre. When you're on the defensive side of the ball, just pin your ears back and go for broke.
Well, you can tell that the Panthers are having fun right now. You can feel a little bounce in their step, if you will, and you can tell that they're feeling all the momentum so far here in this ball game. And that last incompletion will bring up third down for the Tigers. Ball placed at their own 19-yard line. And they have to get to the 35-yard line for a first down. 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Hawkins back to pass. He steps up into the pocket. He's just going to take it himself. Pass to 20, pass to 25. He's going to be brought down just shy of the 30-yard line. Nearly enough for a first down. As we do have stoppage in the play, it looks like we have another injured Panther on the field. And that is the big man, Troy James, the defensive lineman. And we're going to hopefully that young man will be okay. He is up, but he does appear to be limping. He's finally walking on his own power.
That's always a good thing. Always a good thing, Dre.
Always a good thing. If you're
a lot of guys don't know
them
big guys take a beating in them trenches, man. They take a beating in those trenches.
You're talking about guys that typically that's doing a lot of the dirty work, offensively and defensively, and that's something that we don't talk about enough. Crediting a lot to the big guys, the defensive linemen on defense, as well as the O-line on offense, doing a lot of the dirty work so guys like myself can get all the shine. So Troy James was able to walk off slightly on his own power. And as with your Panther Nation, you hopefully that young man is okay. This is a guy that received preseason All-SWAC second-team honors, and he's definitely one of the key factors for the Panthers defensively, one of the leaders for the Panthers defensively, especially for that front line, if you will. As that last play does bring up fourth down, teams haven't made their way back onto the field just yet. It was an injury timeout.
So now that you do that, you mentioned that, Andre, let me get this in. Bubba, at the start of the camps, he was highly excited about the depth that he had at defensive line. He said part of the things that happened last season, they didn't have that depth as they needed. And it's no secret that with the leaving of Jason Dumas to Southern, and there was a big question mark, will the Panthers be able to replace him? You don't replace a player like Dumas, but when you have enough depth to keep those guys fresh, you get that pressure that the Panthers been able to apply thus far in the season.
Well, in terms of a defensive perspective, and you as a defensive guy can definitely attest to this, when you have a solid front line on defense, that just does nothing but wonders for your defense, and that typically kind of helps you set things up. When you can have a solid pass rush, or when you can have a solid group of guys that can stop the run, that definitely helps you out. And that starts with the big man down low.
Yes, sir. It keeps those linebackers free to roam and make your impact plays. And on the offensive side, it opened up the holes for you guys, like you say, to get that shine running and throwing the ball. So, like I say, they are the unsung heroes for sure. So we might make sure we get them an extra turkey leg or something, man, if they can continue to do their thing at the State Fair Classic tonight.
You got to make sure you get them an extra turkey leg with some size to go with it, if they so shall. And to your point, they do a lot of work in these ball games. They don't get enough credit. I know I remember every time I would score a touchdown, the first people I would think is my O-line. They were the first ones that I would think because I know without them, it wouldn't have been possible.
Man, you talking like you missed them old days, huh? You miss them old days, man?
Games like this kind of bring it back. It brings it back.
I know that's right. I know that's right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Punting units come out to the field. As the Tigers are going to punt this one off, Xavier Johnson is going to be standing at their own 30-yard line. He's just going to fair catch this one right at the 30-yard line. So still a solid field position for the Panthers to start this drive here in the second quarter. The second drive, to be exact, they started the first drive of the second quarter inside the 10-yard line, was able to put 3 extra points on the board. In this second drive of the second quarter, they're going to have the ball at the 30-yard line, moving left to right with 11:45 remaining, to be exact. And they're on top of this one by a score of 10-0, as Conley's going to have 2 receivers to his left and 2 to the right, as Connor Weisham is going to be offset to his left. Haven't seen much action from Bernard Goodwater so far here in this ball game. It's been all Jaden Stewart and Ahmad Antoine. This time the freshman running back, Connor Weisham, is going to get some action as he's going to hand off to Weisham up the middle for a solid 5 yards. And he was brought down right at the 35-yard line. As the Panthers
I wouldn't mind another 5
offense.
minutes. Another 5 minutes, Dre, and a touchdown.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Panthers go with a hurry-up offense. Another handoff to Connor Weisham up the left side. He's going to have plenty of room, and he's going to be brought down right at midfield. Another solid game for the Panthers and another first down for the Panthers. Ball placed right at the 49-yard line, to be exact, of Grambling. Panthers moving left to right. And they continue to feed Connor Weisham. This time, not much doing. Only gain of about 1 yard on the play. As he's going to check out the game, and Ahmad Antoine will relieve him of his duties. He's going to change now for Connor Weisham, and he's going to be off to his right. And a handoff to Ahmad Antoine up the left side. Only 1 yard doing on the play. So going with the rushing attack for the Panthers, and they're doing the exact same thing here on this drive. All run so far. 1 first down so far, as the Panthers are going to have 3rd and 8. Ball placed at the 47-yard line. This time Conley will drop back to pass. He has a man to the left side. The pass is going to be complete to Ahmad Antoine. He's going to be brought out of bounds right at the 40-yard line, near the first down marker. Depend on the spot, and they're going to say he's 1 yard shy.
Go for it.
But, and to Mike's wish, the Panthers will go for it. As the running back, Trayvon Conley, will go to the quarterback sneak up the middle, and it appears that he may have enough for a Panthers first down, and they're going to give it to him. Down, Panthers.
There you go. They didn't give it to him, Dre. He earned it.
He earned it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the ball is placed at the 39-yard line of the Tigers. We have a stoppage in the play. As the officials are huddled up, no yellow laundry, so that is a good sign.
They don't need to review it.
So it looks like we will have a delay of game charge against the Panthers. Or check that, offside. He said delay a game, but it was actually offside charge against Grambling State because the Panthers are moving up 5 additional yards. Instead of first and 10, we will have first and 5.
Yeah, I say you can't get delay a game in the no-huddle offense. I mean, you could, but it's not likely.
Yeah, so ball's now placed at the 34-yard line. Another run to the left side with Ahmad Antoine, and he's going to get an extra 5 yards and another first down for the Panthers.
Yes, sir. Keep the clock moving and score. Keep it moving.
Yes,
keep it moving.
Another handoff to Ahmad Antoine as he keeps his legs moving, and he's going to pick up 8 yards on the play. Ball's going to be placed right at the 20-yard line as Jaden Stewart checks in for Ahmad Antoine. 2nd down and 8 coming up. Panthers moving left to right. 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Ground and pound for the Panthers so far here in this ball game. As he's going to lose the ball, but he's up just at the last minute, and he's going to do the smart thing and just throw one out of bounds. He did have a return in the vicinity, so it will not be intentional grounding, as the quarterback, Trayvon Conley, wasn't able to handle the snap, but he was able to get on it and get rid of it just in the nick of time. We'll lose it down. We will have 32 coming up for the Panthers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Much manageable down right now.
Much manageable down. Conley's going to have 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Jaden Stewart stays in the game. He's going to be offset to his left. He's going to hand off to Jaden Stewart to the right side. He's going to get past the 20. And he's going to be brought down just near the first down marker. They're going to say he's a yard shy. They're going to bring up 4th and 1. Now, if you're the Panthers, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here on this play.
Kick it.
On the last drive, you're just now tuning in, the Panthers were inside the 10-yard line, and on 4th down, they decided to go for a 26-yard field goal that was successful, and the Panthers will do just that as a field goal unit comes out onto the field to attempt this field goal. Ball placed at the 19-yard line. It'll be about a 37-yard field goal try for Luis Reyes. The snap is down, kick is up, and with plenty of real estate, it is good. So the Panthers are going to add 3 additional points to their lead. They take a 13-0 lead here in the second quarter with 7:38 remaining.
Well, Andre, you know I was thinking about, and I'm not going to get stuck, but that Abilene Christian game, right? And we talked with Bubba, and he said that won't happen again, right? You got the lead. This now is a money game. It's a conference game. Get every point you can get. Yes, we want them touchdowns, and yes, they will come. But you do get the ball at the start of the second half. You got the momentum, and just keep on. And right now, the Panthers have 27 run plays to 6 passing plays, and they're just dominating the line of scrimmage against the Grambling State Tigers right now. Unbelievable performance.
Absolutely. And as we get closer to halftime, we're going to try to see if we can get some halftime stats, because we're going to be interested to see how many yards the Panthers are averaging at each play on the ground. Because as you just mentioned, 26 run plays so far to, well, you said on the 6 pass plays, correct?
27 to 6, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 27 run plays to only 6 pass plays. And so far, there's been a few times where the Panthers have been stopped just right at the line of scrimmage, or maybe gained about a yard here or a yard there. But there's been several times here in this first half where the Panthers have gained some huge yards on the ground between Ahmad Antoine, Jaden Stewart, and the freshman running back, Hunter Wysham. The run game has been successful for them so far here in this ball game. So I'm interested to see how many yards they're averaging on offense on the ground here in this game.
Absolutely. We were trying to check with some stat update. It seemed like there might be a little snafu. You know, we in this 21st century, and sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. But one thing we can tell you, the scoreboard is working. The Panthers are up 13-0 right now in the second quarter play, getting ready. You know, this is a televised game this year. This is something that hasn't been done for a long, long time at the State Fair Classic. So they give us extension times. I want to remind you guys to join us for the 1876 after party, 15 minutes at the conclusion of tonight's broadcast.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, unofficially, so far here in this ball game, the Panthers have rushed for already 100 yards here just through a quarter and about 38 remaining here in the second quarter of this ball game. Already 100 yards rushing on the ground for the Panthers. Looks like they're averaging right around 3.7 yards per carry here in this ball game so far.
Well, that's enough to keep the sticks moving, my man. That's enough to keep them moving.
Last time I
Yes,
checked,
sir.
3.7 is considered positive yards.
Well, if you go 3.7 3 times, that's a first down.
That is a first down.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
keep it moving.
Yes, sir. As the teams come back out onto the field, Panthers will be kicking this one from left to right. 13-0 score. If you're just it's been all TV Nation so far here in this ball game. We got 7:88 remaining here in the second quarter. As this kick is off, and he's going to field this one at the 5-yard line. He's going to get past the 10, past the 15. He makes the cut to the left side, past the 20, past the 30. He's going to be brought down just right at the 34-yard line. But we do have some more yellow laundry on the play.
As I say, we go a long way back, baby. Bring it on back. Bring it on back.
Yes, sir.
You're not old enough to remember that song there, Brother Dre. Your mom and dad would do it. See, go a long way back. You know, so they got to take it on back, brother.
Yes, sir. And this could either be holding charge against the Tigers, or it could be a personal foul. As it appears that he was kind of hit. Well, it appears that he was kind of the returner was hit kind of late out of bounds a little bit. Depending on the call. So with a personal foul, blocking a back charge against the receiving team. That's going to back the Grambling State Tigers up 4 yards.
I just told you blocking the back, but you don't want to listen to the old man, though, man. You don't want to listen to the old man.
Trying to be optimistic. But nonetheless, if you're Panther Nation, everything is on according to so far here in the first half. We still got 7:32 remaining here in the second quarter. And the ball's going to be placed at the 17-yard line. Left two to the right. He's going to hand this one off to the right side. On the gain of about 1 on the play. Chance Williams on the carry for the Tigers. As he was brought down by the big man, Troy James, who appears to be feeling well, back in the game. He comes up big for the Panthers there on that play. 2nd and 9 coming up. Two receivers to the left and one to the right. Hawkins back to pass. He has a man. That pass is complete. Past the 20, past the 25-yard line. He's going to be brought down just right at the first down marker. Chance Williams on the Tigers' first down. As the Tigers appear to be trying to push the tempo here, they find themselves trailing 13 points. As Hawkins is going to fake the run, he's going to keep it himself, but nothing doing on the play. As he was brought by number 52, Shaheed Reese, in the backfield for a loss on the play. 2nd and 11 for the Tigers. Ball placed at their own 26-yard line. Tigers moving right to left. Two receivers to the left and one to the right. As Hawkins sends another receiver to the right side, he's going to be in the backfield by himself. He's going to throw to the left side, and that pass is going to be complete. So he's going to be met immediately by Shaheed Reese along with DeJohn Lewis. 3 yards on the play. So another huge third down coming up. 3rd and 6 to be for the Tigers. Ball's going to be placed at their own 31-yard line. Two receivers to the right and one to the left. Hawkins. And that pass is going to be incomplete. Number 3, Logan Jackson on the coverage for the Panthers. That's going to bring up 4th down. The Panthers were able to take care of business on 3rd down, something we talked about here in our pre-show, getting off the field on 3rd down, and the Panthers have been doing that so far here in this ball game.
And that's a strong sign, sir, a strong sign.
Strong sign. To be exact, punting units have come out to the field as Xavier Johnson is going to be standing at his own 8-yard line. Punt is off. It's nearly blocked. And Johnson's going to jump on this one riskily, if you will. But he was able to jump on this one. As the Panthers will have a fresh set of downs, ball's going to be placed at their own 32-yard line. So we could have had another huge play as that punt was nearly blocked just by a hair. But nonetheless, the Panthers will set up shop with another fresh set of downs here. Looking crisp so far here at the State Fair Classic in Dallas, Texas. As they're leading this one by the score of 13-0 here in the second quarter with 5:29 remaining. And we want to take this opportunity to remind all of our listeners that following the conclusion of this game, you can join the Dr. Mike Prince here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network for the 1876 post-game show. It's a game where we show where we typically wrap up our thoughts throughout today's game. We break down what happened, what didn't happen, what went well, what didn't go well. So far, everything is going well for Panther Nation here at the State Fair Classic. But you can dial in 857-777-0000. Again, that's 857-777-0000. The 1876 post-game show featuring yours truly, the Dr. Mike Prince. Teams haven't come back on the field just yet, and while we have another super break in action, I want to take this opportunity to thank some more of our sponsors and supporters for making TQ, located at 3307 Spring Stubner Road in Spring, Texas. They can be contacted at 832-246-8552. Again, that's 832-446-8552. And A. Rocky Movers and Storage at 34 Yellowstone Boulevard in Houston, Texas. Wood at 713-545-0658. Again, that's 713-545-0658. So a huge shout out and a huge thank you to our sponsors and supporters for making this broadcast possible. We also want to give a shout out to my mom and dad for listening and supporting our broadcast as usual and giving me the opportunity to do what I do here and just helping me make all this possible. So a shout out to you and thank you so much. And I hope I made it.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet.
And I definitely got a shout out to Love Davis, my wife, who has helped me so far here in this broadcast, who has supported me and has given me all the tools I need to be successful. So again, thank you so much for letting me shine.
Oh,
and I got to thank you. What was that, Mike?
I said, remember now, this is family show now. This is family programming. This is family programming. So keep it G-rated. Keep it G-rated.
Always, always.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And while we're thinking, I got to take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Mike Prince, for giving me this opportunity and this platform here to broadcast this game and just continue to be of service throughout the Waller County community. So thank you, sir.
Well, Waller County, Texas, and PV Nation abroad, near or far. We want to do all we can while we can. And look, while you guys are listening, enjoying, go ahead and visit the website, obnradio.com. Become a listening partner. Commit to 17 cents a day. Click on that donation button, and it's just that simple. You'll appreciate it, and much-needed donations will go a far way, I should say. I said further, but a far way to help us with these broadcasts.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Teams get back out into the field. Panthers go with a run on first down to the running back, Bernard Goodwater, who we haven't seen much action. He's getting some action here on this drive. 2nd and 7 coming up for the Panthers. Another handoff to Bernard Goodwater, this time to the right side. He's going to be brought down just right at the 40-yard line. Another solid game for the Panthers. Going to bring up third down, 3rd and 3 to be exact. As Ahmad Antoine will check in for Bernard Goodwater. As Conley looks to the side to get the call. And Conley's going to have 2 receivers to his left and 2 to the right. Empty back to a setup, which is something that the Panthers love to do on third down. Don't be surprised if we see a quarterback draw here by Trajan Conley. As he attempts a pass, looks right, throw right. He has a man. That pass is going to be complete right at the 45-yard line to the other quarterback, Chris Herron, who we have seen come out at the wide receiver position several times on offense. He did that last week against Alabama State. And he's lined up on the far side of the field for the Panthers on offense at the wide receiver position. That will be enough for a Panthers first down. Ball's now placed at the 45-yard line. This time they fake the jet sweep, and they run up the middle with Trajan Conley. He's going to be brought down right at midfield. Picks up about 3 yards on the play. Clock continues to run here in the second quarter with 3:38 remaining. Panthers on top of this one by a score of 13-0. Second and 7 for the Panthers. Ball placed at their own 48-yard line. Trips to the right for Conley. Hand off to Ahmad Antoine. Not a whole lot going on that play. He's going to be met by Tigers at the line of scrimmage for a gain of no yards. So that's going to bring up 3rd and 8. He actually lost a yard on that play, so 3rd and 8 coming up for the Panthers. As the Panthers appear to kind of slow things down, they went with a faster tempo on the previous drive, but as they find themselves well within the driver's seat here in this ball game, leading this one 13-0, they're kind of slowing things down now. Conley's going to have 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left. Antoine's going to be offset to his left. Conley back to pass. He looks to his right. He's just going to keep it to himself. He's going to get past the 50, past the 45, spins off one defender, brought down right at the 40-yard line. It will be enough for Panthers first down. Trajan Conley with the quarterback scramble on that play, and he picks up solid yards and another first down for the Panthers. So the Panthers are now within Tiger territory, 1st and 10. Another handoff to Ahmad Antoine. This time he has a little bit of daylight on the right side, and he's going to be brought down right at the 35-yard line. Panthers now trying to push the tempo a little bit. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Another handoff to Antoine. This time he breaks up the middle. Past the 10, past the 5. Call NASA because it is a touchdown. Can you dig it? 1:45 to go here in the second quarter. Ahmad Antoine breaks up the middle for a 30-yard touchdown run for the Panthers to go up 19-0 here late in the second quarter with 1:45 remaining.
Well, here's the question. Do you go for 2 right now to make it 21-0?
Well, the Panthers will not go for 2. The extra point team is out onto the field as the snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. It appears that Bubba McDowell will not take no chances. You mentioned possibly going for 2 to make it 21-0, but Bubba McDowell is just taking his points today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's taking them as they come, and we can't blame him right there. You know, the Panthers exploding 41 offensive plays. 34 of those have been on the ground. You have got to love the dominance that the Panthers are showing right now. What a game and what a first half, but it's all about what they're going to do on that backside.
Absolutely, absolutely. You're the Panthers. I need a solid 2 more quarters once the second quarter is over. And to your point, Mike, when you got runs like that by Ahmad Antoine, why would you change things up? Keep doing what you're doing. It appears that Bubba McDowell is doing that, especially when you have several running backs that can get the job done. You got Ahmad Antoine,
yes, sir.
You got Jaden Stewart, Bernard Goodwater got a couple of carries on that last drive, and then even the freshman running back, Connor Weishand. We haven't seen anything from the veteran running back, Christian Mosley, so far.
I was just going to say, don't forget the old Wiley one now. We can't forget the old Wiley.
No. You cannot forget the old Wiley one. We haven't seen any action from Christian Mosley so far here in this game. It's been all Jaden Stewart and Ahmad Antoine with that 30-yard touchdown run for the Panthers as they go up 20-0 here in this ball game with 1:45 remaining. As the team, as Panthers kick this one off, and it's going to be still at the 10-yard line, past the 20. He's going to be brought down past the 25-yard line. They're going to officially mark this one at the 25-yard line to be exact. Go ahead, Mike. What were you about to say?
No, I was just, there's an old saying, brother. It's not proper grammar, but it sure makes sense. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And when you got multiple guys that can get the job done, why would you try to fix it? And that just helps you keep things fresh. It's one thing if you got one running back, maybe two running backs. But when you got 3, 4, even 5 that can get the job done, that keeps the guys fresh. As there was a penalty charge against the Panthers, weren't able to make out what the penalty was, but it's going to move the Tigers up to their own 40-yard line. That's where they're going to set up shop. As Hawkins is going to go with the empty backfield, he's going to go with the quarterback draw at the right side, and he's going to be brought down right at the 45-yard line. And that was John Johnson on the tackle for the Panthers. Gain of about 5 on the play. Tigers going to try to push the tempo here to try to add some points with 1:18 and counting remaining here in the second quarter. Hawkins back to pass, and he's going to be brought down for a sack in the backfield. The linebacker, Warren, gets in there and brings down Hawkins for a sack in the backfield. So third down coming up for the Tigers after that huge stop by Warren Schenkel. Ball's now going to be placed at their own 41-yard line. Tigers moving right to left. Hawkins drop back to pass. He's been pressured. He has a man that's going to be caught on the far left side of the field. And he's going to be brought down out of bounds just near the first down marker. He's going to be about a 2 yards shy as Jemias Presley was able to get him down right before the first down marker. As we have 44 seconds remaining, he was able to go out of bounds, so they did stop the clock. We got 44 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. 4th and 1. The Tigers will go for it. It is fourth down territory. They find themselves down 20-0 here in this ball game. Hawkins is going to have 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. A handoff to Williams to the left side of the middle. They're going to try to push the power forward, and it appears that he will have enough for a Tigers first down. So first down for the Tigers, but the clock does continue to move here. We're now under 30 seconds here in the second quarter. Tigers go with a hurry-up offense. 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left. Hawkins back to pass. He rolls to his left. He's being pressured, and he's going to be brought down. And it's going to be intercepted by the Panthers. 30, 20, 10. Call now because it's a touchdown. Number 47, Xavier Watson, defensive end, was able to pick it up. We do have a flag on the play. Hold the celebration as Hawkins was hit just right when he released the ball.
They might say his knee was down.
Could be. And he got the ball went in there, and it was picked off by check. It was holding charge against the offense.
Oh, yeah.
Penalty will be declined. In result of the play, touchdown, Panthers.
How sweet it is.
How sweet it is. 14 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Xavier Watson, the defensive end, on that reception at the right place at the right time on that play, and he gets a pick 6 for the Panthers to make this a 26-0 ball game as a down kick. And it is good, 27-0. All Panther Nation so fantastic at the Cotton Bowl, and you gotta love it.
You gotta love it, Andre. And I don't want to seem premature or the old man saying, "Get off my lawn." We got to finish this thing off with the start of the first possession of the second half. I know that people are feeling good. The atmosphere is electric, but we got to finish the business at hand.
As the old saying goes, start what you finish. That's
yes,
what
sir.
the Panthers are going to have to do here in this ball game. So to finish the statement that they've been putting on the Grambling State Tigers, you're going to have to come out in the second half. Now, the Panthers will get the ball. You're just now tuning in. As we mentioned before, the Panthers did defer to the second half, so the Panthers will get the ball at the start of the second half to continue with all the momentum on their side in this ball game. If you're the Panthers, you're going to have to finish what you start here in this game.
No doubt about it. You got 14 seconds. Now, I don't want to kick this thing deep, right? I want to squib it, let them fiddle around with it, eat up some time, and get some good coverage. I don't want to give nothing up right now, nothing cheap at all at this point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it looks like they will try to go with a little squib kick. It's going to bounce. He's going to pick this one up at the 10. He's going to get past the 15. He has a hold. Past the 40. Past the 50. He's still on his feet. He's finally going to be knocked out of bounds. We do have a flag on the play as he was knocked out of bounds in Panther territory at the 35-yard line, but we do have a flag on the play.
Holding on the receiving team, decline it, and let's go to the half.
So it was charged against the Panthers, offsides against the kicking team. And it will be declined. So the Tigers will have the ball at the Panthers' 30-yard line, right to left. With 6 seconds to go here in the second quarter. So the Tigers are going to try to get some points here. Late in the second quarter, they got 6 seconds to go. Ball placed at the 30-yard line of the Panthers. Offense going to have 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left. He's going to go with the play action fake. He's still being pressured, and he will be brought down in the backfield. Number 2, Jesse Evans, the linebacker, on a sack for the Panthers. And with that, our first half will come to an end. As you can hear the roars of Panther Nation here in the Cotton Bowl, as the Panthers are up on this one 27-0 here in this ball game.
Panthers take a controlling 27-0 lead at the half. Andre Davis on the play-by-play coverage. Exceptional job, Andre. Take your break, young man, as we begin this halftime report brought to you by the Prairie View Athletic Club. The Prairie View Athletic Club has been serving student athletes since 1986. You can be a part of the movement at the Prairie View Athletic Club. They cover every sport. There are 18 sports that Prairie View participate in under NCAA guidance, and the Panther Athletic Club has been showing support for each and every one since 1986. To be a part of the movement of the Prairie View Athletic Club, simply call 936-857-5817. Greg Austin is the president, former All-American from Prairie View as an offensive lineman. That number again, 936-857-5817. Panthers on top, 27-0, and it has been all Panthers running at will, total control of the run. We'll talk about that in just a little bit, but the Panthers scored early and often and have yet to look back, trying to keep Grambling State Tigers G-less. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, Hugh Jackson has stated that the Grambling State Tigers have yet to earn that G on their helmets because of the lack of performance, and the Panthers are at will right now, in particular with the run game, as they have run it at will against that Grambling State defense, spreading the ball around in the backfield and getting the job done. Panthers looking good to my liking anyway. The all-white pants and tops with the gold chrome gold helmet, looking, as they say, fly. I like that look. Grambling in their black helmets, black tops, and white pants, as they are not wearing, as we stated, that G that we're accustomed to seeing them on. We had some games throughout the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and we will give you some of these games as they're going on right now. At halftime, last report we had was the Southern Jaguars making a bold statement right now over Arkansas at Pine Bluff by the score of 42-3. Coach Eric Dooley coming off that shutout and getting his, I guess, that bitter taste out of his mouth right now, and that will be the Panthers' next opponent next week. But we still got another half of football this week with the State Fair Classic and the Grambling State Tigers. But that is going to be something really to behold. And you can listen to that game right here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. In the third quarter, the fourth quarter, you have FAMU on top of Mississippi Valley by the score of 24-7. Now, FAMU have come out a bit struggling, but it seems that they have their win underneath their sails, and they're cruising along against Mississippi Valley. In other ball games at halftime, it is of course, Prairie View A&M University Panthers on top 27-0 over the Grambling State Tigers. And we have, with about 11 minutes in the second quarter, Texas Southern on top of the Alabama State Hornets by the score of 7-3. Panthers in full control. And we'll be talking about that and much more on the 1876 after party. You can join us live at the conclusion of that game. We will be doing it by way of the website, obnradio.com. Click on the Mike Prince Show, 15 minutes at conclusion of the game, and you will be able to listen to our feedback and comment and give you score wrap-ups and updates and a look slightly toward the future as the Panthers get ready to host the Southern Jags. Of course, don't forget, we have Coach Bubba McDowell each and every week here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Due to the circumstances and the nature of all the running around that they have to do for this State Fair Classic, we were not able to catch up with them this week, but we will have him locked, loaded, and ready to go for next week's broadcast and information that spreads about. Panthers looking good. Panthers playing good and sounding good. And I want to remind you guys that you can help us continue to get that sound out across for PV Nation and abroad by becoming a listening partner. All you have to do is visit that website, obnradio.com, click on the donation button, and just like that, you can become a listening partner. For 17 cents a day, your donation truly helps underwrite and carry us from place to place as we bring you football game coverage and some basketball game coverage here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. For those of you who would like to be on the go with your donation, you can do us at Cash App at $OBN Radio. I almost said .com, but it's just $OBN Radio. The website is OBN Radio, and you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Click that bell notification and never, ever miss anything that's being produced. If you happen to miss part of today's game live, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel and catch the entire game in its rebroadcast mode on the YouTube channel. That is the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Panthers, on top of things, taking care of business. Want to thank our sponsors on tonight. Prairie View Athletic Club, the Panther Backers, the Temple of Refuge Ministries, Teague's Barbecue. Also want to thank A Rocket Moving and Storage. Want to thank those listeners and supporters that have helped underwrite and be a part of everything that is being developed here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. A lot of things that are being created and developed as we speak, and we're truly excited about the presentations that we give you here from the Open Mic Broadcast Network. I want to thank our stat man and our marketing man, Jack White and Mr. Ben Edwards, for their support of the broadcast. Of course, Andre Davis doing his thing on the mic, and I'm just the old guy holding on as tight as I can, trying to keep up with these youngsters. As we turn back toward Andre right now, Andre, do you have any halftime stats for us right now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mike. And one of the things that we talked about, one of the things that I definitely wanted to see in terms of the Panthers, and we talked about how aggressive the Panthers were on the ground so far here in this ball game. 4.7 yards per rushing attempt for the Panthers so far here in this game. 160 rushing yards for the Panthers here in this game, and that's been spread out through Ahmad Antoine, who has 11 carries for 77 yards. And, of course, that 35-yard touchdown run in the second quarter. Trayvon Conley, 34 yards rushing on 9 carries. And then even Connor Washington, 4 carries for 26 yards. And then you got the running back, Jaden Stewart, for 6 carries for 18 yards. So 160 total yards for the Panthers, 34 carries to be exact, and 160 yards, averaging 4.7 yards so far in that first half. Are you there, Mike? Well, while we wait for the Dr. Mike Prince to get everything prepared, just kind of go over some more halftime stats there for you. Again,
I'm sorry, Andre. I'm sorry, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the total dominance of this Panthers game. In this first half alone, the Panthers have 13, count them, 13 first downs compared to 4 first downs of the Grambling State. 41 total offensive plays. 34 of those are on the ground. You can't get any more dominant than that, Andre.
Well, it just goes to show you that, and it's interesting because one of my predictions I was also going to have for this ball game is that I would have wanted to see the Panthers to be ready to make adjustments if needed. Key word, key phrase, if needed. If the Panthers, if the running game wasn't working for you in this ball game, I would have liked to see the Panthers make some adjustments on offense and be prepared in that regard. But obviously, as we mentioned so far here in this game, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And clearly for the Panthers, the run game has not been broke for them in this ball game.
No, sir, and ain't no sense of messing around with it. Stick with the one that brought you there, and let's finish this thing up. I got to see some strong performance on this backside, though.
Yes, sir. Now, another stat that also jumps out to me so far for the Panthers, only 2 penalties in that first half for a total of 20 yards. Another thing that we talked about in our pregame show, Mike, being able to keep your penalties down, especially under 10, to kind of help yourself out and to allow yourself to be successful in the ball game. Only 2 penalties for 20 yards for the Panthers in comparison to Grambling's 6 penalties for a total of 54 yards. And we remember there were a couple of costly penalties charged against Grambling State in that first half. So all phases of the game working in the favor of the Panthers, and not quite so much for Grambling State. You talked about Hugh Jackson and not having the G logo on the helmet of Grambling State due to them having earned it so far this season. And I can honestly tell you that they haven't earned it so far here in this first half. We still got 2 halves to play, but it doesn't appear that Grambling is going to get that G after today's game. Still with 2 more quarters to play.
Yes, sir. I like where we're headed, but I just want to finish. I just want to finish.
You definitely want to finish. Again, as I mentioned before, this second half is going to be critical for the Panthers as they're well within the driving seat. If you're just now tuning in, again, it's been all Panther Nation here in this ball game with the rushing attack of Ahmad Antoine, Trayvon Conley, Connor Weisham, and even the other running back, Jaden Stewart, kind of doing the dirty work for the Panthers. It's been all Panther Nation, both offensively and defensively, so far here in this ball game. How
no
they
doubt
come
about
out here, yes, sir. How they come out here, the start of this third quarter is going to be a key indicator of how the rest of this game is going to go. Again, as we mentioned before, the Panthers did defer to the second half, so they will be getting the ball here to start the third quarter. So it's going to be interesting to see how aggressively they come out in the second half.
Well, let me ask you this, Andre. We say if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? And they've been working the run game. Do you still go no huddle, or do you slow this thing down to even accelerate the clock even more? How do you the offensive-minded individual, how do you approach this with the second half with this strong lead that you have?
When you're well within the driver's seat, you want to control the clock, and you want to continue to keep the clock on your side, and you want to slow things down. There is no sense of you getting in a rush. You're up 27-0 in this ball game. That doesn't mean stop what you're doing. That doesn't mean switch from the run to something else. But there's no need to get into a rush. More so for Grambling, I wouldn't be surprised to see them coming in the second half, that they'd be the team that actually goes in more of a hurry-up offense as they find themselves down several points here in this game. But if you're Panthers, there's no need to get into a rush because you're well within the driver's seat. You're just going to have to continue to manage the clock and continue doing what you're doing until Grambling shows that they can stop it. Continue to run the ball, manage the clock, but there's no need to be in a rush while doing so.
Well, one thing that I'm thinking about, you can run the no huddle, but you don't have to snap the ball quick, because by running that no huddle, you get to the line, get set, you're not allowing the defense to put in substitutions, and you can wear those guys out like that and still eat up clock and get some more valuable yardage and, if not, points.
And typically, and to your point, Mike, typically when you're running the ball so much, you're already wearing out the defense. When you're attempting less passes and more runs, that everything is flowing a little bit more, and the defense typically gets more tired. And more importantly, not only if you're running the ball more, but if you're also gaining positive yards while doing so, that's not going to do nothing but tire the defense out even more. As we mentioned, the Panthers are averaging 4.7 yards per carry so far here in this ball game. So that's already tiring the defense out. And if you add that on with, to your point, getting to the huddle, but again, not snapping the ball just yet, but go ahead and get into the line of scrimmage, that's going to do nothing but tire the defense out even more.
Yes, sir. So Panthers at the halftime break up 27-0. Andre Davis, Mike Prince here with you. Just about to wrap up our halftime report. Sound like the bands are still going at it, but normally they give them a little extra time for an event like this at the halftime.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They get a little bit of extra time. We got about 5:26 showing on the game clock before the teams are ready to come back out onto the field. We do see Prairie View on the far side of the field kind of warming up, getting themselves back in game mode to start things off here in the second half and continue doing what you've been doing that you did in the first half. But to your point, there's a lot surrounding this game. Again, something that the promoter, Al Ward, said in an interview, this is more so an event. This is a game, of course, and you got people from all over that's coming out to watch these teams do battle. But more importantly, this is an event. We talked about it in our pregame show, what the fans come out to see, the shows that they come out to see. While they want to see the team perform and do their thing that they always do, these bands, these HBCU bands, and the likes of the Marching Stone for Prairie View and even Grambling State's band, typically like to put on the show for the fans too, and that's what they come here to see. So you got to give them what they want to see.
You got to give the people what they want to see. Both teams want to see a victory, but only one can win, right? So let's hope that the Panthers can keep that 27-point lead alive, well, and kicking. That when the clock strikes triple zeros, is going to show the Panthers on top. Dre, we've covered everything. What's the message in the locker room right now?
The message in the locker room, if you're Bubba McDowell, you're telling your guys, hey, we don't want to get complacent and we don't want to get comfortable. Yes, you're up 27-0, but if you think that Hugh Jackson and company is going to send Grambling State out there without trying to, swing the momentum back to their side, then you're highly mistaken. So the message from Bubba McDowell to the Panthers is keep the foot on the gas and do not let up. We got 2 more quarters to play. Let's take care of business here in Dallas, and then let's return home to face Southern next week. But we got to take care of business here in the second half.
I'll share a quick story with you, Andre. When I was younger and I was taking my grandmother somewhere, doctor's appointment or something, and you got your grandparent in the vehicle with you, and you want to be extra careful and nice, and drive courteous. And so we called her Big Mama. She said, "Hey, son, I need you to nurse the baby." And I was like, "What you mean, nurse the baby, Big Mama?" She said, "Nurse that baby. Put some gas. Put that foot on that gas so we can get there. I ain't got all day." So my message to the Panthers would be, nurse that baby, and let's get us in the victory circle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nurse the baby. And we want to make sure, the parents want to make sure they don't come out flat, too. Again, it's one thing that we talked about here, especially in our pregame show. While you want to milk the clock, you want to continue to be aggressive. There's a lot of times you kind of fall in that gray area of wanting to milk the clock, but if you don't do it in a certain way, you can kind of come out flat. The one thing I don't want to see the Panthers do is find themselves in first down, 1st and 9, 2nd and 8, 3rd and 7, or 3rd and 8. Now, while doing that, if you're running the ball, the clock does continue to move, but I want to see the Panthers move in positive yardage at the same time as well.
Yes, sir. What I'm going to be looking for at the start of this second half is exactly that. If I would love to see you score, and, of course, a touchdown is what we're going for. But even if you eat up 4 or 5 minutes and you end up punting, you're making the game that much faster. Because now the smaller that clock gets, the more aggressive I can become on the defense and pin those ears back and possibly create more turnovers and more scoring opportunities, not only for my offense but for my defense.
Well, to that point, Mike, the Panthers won a time of possession battle in that first half by a nice solid margin. 18 minutes and 42 seconds for TV to 11 minutes and 18 seconds for Grambling.
Yes, sir. But I would love to see it 25 minutes. Give me 25. Am I being greedy?
You're not being greedy. The Panthers have 2 quarters to get you that 25. So we'll revisit that again.
I wanted 25 in the first half. I wanted 25 in the first half.
Okay.
So I need 25 in the second half right now. So we can go on and wrap this thing up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you mentioned the message for the players. We talked about the message for Bubba McDowell. I'm sure that Hugh Jackson, interesting conversation for Grambling in that locker room. And it's going to be interesting to see how they come out here, how aggressively they try to come out here. They do have to put their defense on the field because Panthers will get the ball to start the third quarter. But it's going to be interesting to see. So far, the defense hasn't been able to stop that nice run game by the Panthers. It'll be interesting if they try to move guys up in the box. That's another thing, too. The Grambling State defense seems to be kind of spread out a bit. That goes to how Ahmad Antoine was able to run right up the middle. He had nothing but daylight when he ran for that 35-yard touchdown run late in the second quarter. The Grambling State defense has been kind of spread out so far. So we're going to see if they're going to try to put more men in the box to try to stop the run game of the Panthers here in the second half.
Yes, sir. Dre, I want to play the numbers game with you while we're at halftime right now. Prairie on top 27-0 for this annual State Fair Classic. We know it's a strong attendance and the bands are entertaining right now. Let's play the numbers game. How many people do you think are in attendance for today's game?
Ooh-wee. I knew you were going to ask me that. So far, I've been trying to guess, to estimate what I've seen so far. So I would say,
I'm going to help you before you get your number out. Now, I'm going to help you. It holds 92,000 people. Okay? So keep 94,000 in your head. Now give me your count.
If it holds 94,000, I would say it's roughly around 40 to 50,000 so far.
I'm gonna take the higher end.
But I wasn't good at math.
I said I'm gonna take the higher end. I'm gonna say we're going to be anywhere between 50 and 60 for tonight's attendance.
50 and 60. Well, is there any way we can see those numbers following the conclusion of this game?
Well,
I'll be interested to see how many people attended.
Well, we should have something on the stat sheet total at the final game report. If not, we'll get it. We'll have it over the course of the weekend. But we'll keep an eye out for that. And I'm going to say, I'm sorry, Draft. I'm going to say 55 to 60, not 50 to 60. 55 to 60.
Is that your final number?
That's my final number, sir.
That's your final number, and he's sticking to it. Well, I can say for sure that both teams are represented well here at the Cotton Bowl, which is something that is no short of a surprise, something that we see just about every year. You know, the Grambling State fans are going to be coming in from Louisiana. They're going to show up, and they're going to support the Grambling State Tigers. And PV Nation will be here. PV is the visiting team this year at the State Fair Classic. But we know that PV Nation is going to show up and support the Panthers here at the Cotton Bowl. So regardless of what the final number is, both teams are supported well here in this game.
Yes, sir. And like we mentioned, this is more than a game. It's an event. It's a recruiting tool. It's bragging rights. And you talked about traveling well, but surprisingly, Grambling has a strong alumni base in the Dallas area. And we know Prairie View does as well, and Prairie View travels quite well. So it's always good to see people coming together in this harmonious event, even though there's a battle on the field.
Absolutely, because it just brings everybody together, and that's one thing that you can always see. That's one thing about the sport of football, has a way of bringing people together. Even though you're seeing your two teams do battle, something about the sport just has a way of bringing everybody together, and that's what we're witnessing here today, this afternoon to be exact.
Yes, sir. So I want to share one more quick story with you. I was talking to the official security there, and they were complimenting how well-behaved Grambling and Prairie View fans are at this event, because there's another huge game, the Red River Shootout between Oklahoma and Texas. And they were saying sometimes the people get a little beside themselves with too much alcohol and partying too hard, and they have to break up a lot of confrontations. But that's not the case for the most part when it comes to Prairie View and Grambling. The most confrontation you're going to see in most cases is going to be on the playing field, but sometimes those band players get into it too.
Absolutely. And to your point, typically when you have a rivalry matchup, emotions can kind of flare up and things can get testy because, of course, you know, you want to see your home team come out victorious. But this has been done for such a long time. These teams met up back in 1986. So neither side, and that still doesn't mean that things can't get testy, but not one thing we can say is neither side is not used to coming to an event like this together. So both teams and both sides just want to come together and have a good time. And this is proof that you can do that with all the extra added to it.
Yes, sir.
You can bring both sides together. You can bring both sides together for an event without anything extra said and off. This is just proof in that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As I used to tell my mom, I know how to act when I'm not at home.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
For the teams that come back out into the field, Panthers will be receiving this one to start the second half. Tigers will be kicking this one from right to left. As the running back, Connor Weisham, is back to receive this one. Typically, we see the redshirt senior, Jalen Howard. But Connor Weisham will be back to get this one. He's going to field this one at the 10, pass the 15, pass the 20. He's going to shed a few defenders past the 30. He's going to be brought down right at the 35-yard line. We got a couple of flags on the play. Maybe holding charge against the Panthers. Wouldn't be a good start to the third quarter if it holds. We do have 2 flags on the play. We'll see what the officials call this one. So it will be a holding penalty charged against the Panthers at the spot of the foul. It will back the Panthers up 10 yards. Ball now is going to be placed at their own 11-yard line, and that's where the Panthers will set up shop, moving left to right, as the quarterback Travion Conley trots out onto the field to try to lead his Panthers to victory. You got 2 more quarters to do so. It's going to be 1st and 10. He's going to have 3 receivers to his left and 1 to the right. Bon Antoine is going to be offset to his left. Bon Antoine had a huge first half for the Panthers, already 77 yards on the ground here in this game, and he's going to fake it too. Antoine's going to keep it himself. He's going to run to the right side, and he's going to go down, but not before getting the first down for the Panthers. A solid run there by the quarterback, Travion Conley, picks up 11 yards on the play. The Panthers move to 6. Ball's now going to be placed at their own 22-yard line. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Antoine's going to be offset to Conley's left. As Conley's barking at the line of scrimmage, perhaps maybe switching the play up. And this time Conley's going to drop back the pass. He looks right, throws right. He had the man downfield, and that pass is going to be incomplete. As he was looking for number 83, Mekhi Metcalf. But it will be an incomplete pass. It's going to bring up 2nd and 10 for the Panthers. As the Panthers go with a pass there on 1st down, something that we haven't seen so far here in this ball game. 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Conley. Antoine offset to his left. This time a fake to Antoine. He's going to keep it himself. He's going to run up the middle. Not a whole lot doing. He's met by several Tigers. He's going to gain 1 yard on the play. So quarterback keeper on 2nd down, not a whole lot doing. Picks up 1 yard, and that's going to bring up 3rd and 9 for the Panthers. Ball's going to be placed at the 23-yard line. Panthers moving left to right. Opening drive here in the 3rd quarter for the Panthers. 13:30 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. They're on top of this one, 27-0. 2 receivers to the left and 2 to the right. Antoine offset to Conley's right. Conley back to pass. He steps in the pocket. He throws this one to the right side, and that pass is going to be complete to Ahmad Antoine, and he's going to go out of bounds near the 30-yard line. Not quite enough for a 1st down. If he was able to turn upfield just for a couple more yards, he would have picked up the 1st down. So they will bring up 4th down and 2 for the Panthers as they're still in their own territory. So the punting units will come out onto the field. So only 1 1st down to speak of in that opening drive. The Panthers do find themselves in 4th down, punting units on the field.
I can work with that, though. You ate up some clock.
This punt is off, and it goes absolutely nowhere. Not a good punt for the Panthers. We do have a flag on the play. The ball went out of bounds right around the 45-yard line of the Tigers. But we do have a flag on the play just as the punt was getting off. The officials are huddled up. We're waiting to get the call.
Maybe there was encroachment lined up in the neutral zone.
Well, the flag was thrown just as he was getting the punt off. But they didn't waive the playoff. They're going to call holding charge against the charge against the kicking team.
Well, if you don't want to accept it, you don't want them to kick it again.
going to be a 10-year, so it will be holding charge against the Panthers. It's going to back them up 10 yards from the previous spot. And they're going to repeat fourth down.
I don't think I would have done that. Well, I'm just saying.
Panthers will, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, the Panthers will kick this one again. And Ephraim Jasso is going to attempt another punt. Hopefully he's able to get some leg on this one. As that last punt didn't hardly go anywhere. But he will get an opportunity to try to kick this one again. As we do have another stoppage in the play. It looks like we may have a timeout on the field. Teams are at their respective huddle. It will be fourth down when the teams come back out onto the field. Panthers on top of this one by a score of 27-0 here at the top of the third quarter with 12:31 remaining.
Panthers on top 27-0. You're listening to live coverage of Panthers football here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Andre Davis providing the play-by-play coverage. We'll remind you guys, today's broadcast is being sponsored in part by the Temple of Refuge Ministries. You can join the Temple of Refuge each and every Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time sharp. And you can hear a word of encouragement from the Lord. All you have to do is dial 857-777-0000. Temple of Refuge Ministries, building the kingdom one soul at a time. We also want to remind you guys you can listen to the Mike Prince Show each and every day here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network on the YouTube channel, the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Subscribe to the channel, click the bell notification. Never miss an event being produced here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Now we'll give you back to Mr. Andre Davis, the voice of Panther Sports.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we want to take this opportunity before the teams go back out onto the field to let the listeners know that if you want to become a listening partner, you can do so by visiting the website at obnradio.com. Again, that's obnradio.com. And your simple donation will help support our programming here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. Football to basketball to anything and everything in between throughout Waller County, you can find so here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. So head to the website. Again, that's obnradio.com. Teams haven't come back onto the field just yet. We got 12:31 remaining here in the third quarter. The opening drive for the Panthers. Not a whole lot doing as they end up punting this one off. But they will reattempt the punt when the teams come back out onto the field. But they are on top of this one by a score of 27-0. All Panther Nation in the driver's seat so far here in this ball game. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep the momentum here in the second half.
Well, Andre, the reason I was saying I don't think I would have had them kick it again, I'm already down 27-0. You have pretty good field position, about the 40, 45-yard line. There's no telling what can happen now. You might get a thunderous kick or possibly another muff punt. I know you want to make something happen, but you need to take what you can get when you're down 27, especially in the second half.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is all about the point. Something that head coach Bubba McDowell has definitely learned his lesson from, and you can tell
hard way.
Yes, sir, the hard way, and it is paying dividends here in this ball game. So the teams will come back out onto the field. So it appears that the Tigers may have the penalty, and they will take the ball in excellent field position due to that last punt. And they will have 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line of the Panthers. As Hawkins go with a pass play, he's going to keep it himself up the middle, only picks up about 3 yards on the play. So instead of really kick it, the Tigers just settle for the excellent field position. If you're Hugh Jackson, you're going to need all the good field position you can get to try to climb your way back into this ball game. As the Tigers go with a hurry-up offense, this time they're going to run to the right side, and he's going to go out of bounds past the 35-yard line near the first down marker. As number 6, C.J. Russell on the carry for the Tigers. Going to bring up 3rd down and 4. Ball is going to be placed at the 33-yard line of the Panthers. Tigers moving right to left. 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left for Hawkins. Over the read option. He's going to give it to his running back, but he will be met at the line of scrimmage for no gain on the play. The big man, Troy James, along with Keyshawn Johnson on a huge stop for the Panthers. Now we'll bring up 4th down.
Well, you got to go for it now if you're Hugh Jackson.
Yes, sir. You're in Panther territory. You're down 27-0. This is 4th down territory for the Tigers. As the offense will stay out into the field, they're going to go with an empty backfield setup. 2 receivers to the left and 2 to the right. Hawkins back to pass, and that pass is going to be incomplete and a turnover on downs. And check that. That was actually the other quarterback, Chance Ami, on that last play for Hawkins. It's an incomplete pass, and it will be a turnover on down. So the Panthers have the ball for their second possession here in the third quarter. Ball is going to be placed at the 33-yard line when the teams return.
Well, Andre, when the Panthers start, this will be play 46, and they've had 52 plays last week. They're already ahead of schedule. 36 runs, 9 passes, as the Panthers are continuing to try to pour this thing on.
Well, speaking of 9 passes only attempted so far here in this ball game, the Panthers did attempt on that last drive, and it was actually on 1st down to be exact. Something that we haven't seen the Panthers do so far here in this ball game. Maybe trying to throw the defense off guard just a little bit. I don't mind that. You still got, you still up 27-0, and the Tigers defense hasn't shown you anything that would make you want to panic. So if you decide to throw on 1st down to try to mix the things up just a little bit, I don't mind that if you're Boba McDowell.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, I don't want you to don't overdo it. You can't overdo it, but I don't mind you trying to mix the things up a little bit. But
keep the clock running. Keep the clock running.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got to keep the clock running. Clock is on your side. 10:56 remaining in the third quarter to be exact. You got to keep the clock moving. Marching storm in the background. Continue to keep the Panther Nation alive here, as the team is doing that just fine here in this ball game. Been all Prairie View, all game, all the time.
And don't forget all day.
And don't forget all day. We want to take this opportunity to thank some of our sponsors for today's game. A Rocket Movers and Storage, located at 3354 Yellowstone Boulevard, Houston, Texas. Contact James Wood at 713-545-0658. Again, that's 713-545-0658. A Rocket Movers and Storage. They can get you a 2-for-1 if you need movers. Pick up our in the A Rocket Movers, and they can get the job done for you. And T's Barbecue, located at 3307 Spring Stupner Road, Spring, Texas. They can be contacted at 832-246-8552. Again, that's 832-246-8552. T's Barbecue, the best barbecue in the state of Texas, as I've heard through the grapevine. The teams come back out into the field, and the Panthers are ready to start the second drive here in the third quarter. Ball is placed at the 33-yard line. Panthers moving left to right. Connor's going to have 3 receivers to his left. Antoine's going to be offset to his left. He's going to hand to Antoine up the middle. Not a whole lot doing on the play. He's going to get past the 30. He's going to be brought down near the 35-yard line. And a gain of about 1 yard on the play.
And really at this stage, the Panthers shouldn't even be snapping until you got at least 10 seconds on the clock.
Yes, sir. Well, the Panthers are kind of slowing things down. He's going to have 3 receivers to his left. And another handoff up the middle. He's going to get past the 40, and he's going to be brought down right at the 42-yard line. And that was the other running back, the veteran running back, Christian Mosley, on the carry for the Panthers. We mentioned Christian Mosley at our halftime report, and he finally gets some action here in the second half.
Yes, sir. You can't forget the old man.
And we have a flag on the play. It's going to be false start charge against the Panthers. We talked about penalties at halftime, something that the Panthers were able to be very manageable in that first half. Their first penalty, their second penalty here in the second half. That's going to back them up 5 yards with that false start. So what would have been 3rd and short, but now be 3rd and 6 for the Panthers. Ball
now you got to pass.
Yes, sir. Ball placed at their own 36-yard line. 2 receivers to the left and 2 to the right. Mosley will stay in the game. He's going to be offset to Trezon's left. Conley is going to drop back to pass. He steps up in the pocket, throws to his right, and that pass is going to be incomplete. We're going to bring go 4th down. Chris Herron, the intended receiver on the play for the Panthers. So due to a false start, backing the Panthers up 5 yards, 3rd and 6, which one was still deemed is not the most difficult opportunity to try to get a first down. But what would have been 3rd and 1 turned into 3rd and 6, went with a pass play, incomplete pass to be exact. 4th down coming up, and the punting units are out onto the field. As this one is punted off, he's just going to wave this one. It takes a solid Prairie View bounce inside the 20, and it's going to be fielded. The ball's going to stop right at the 14-yard line.
That's a good trade-off.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So a makeup from the last punt that didn't hardly get any distance on it. A solid punt there by the Panthers. Grambling State Tigers are going to start their possession here at their own 14-yard line to try to climb their way back into this ball game. They find themselves trailing 27-0 with 9:15 to go here in the third quarter. So the team want to remind all of our listeners that following the conclusion of this game, you can join the Dr. Mike Prince for the 8th game. Call that you're listening right now, 857-777-0000. The 1876 post-game show, the 1876 after party to be exact. Dr. Mike Prince will break down today's ball game, share his thoughts, what went well for the Panthers, what the Panthers can have looking forward to heading into next week against the Southern Jaguars at home at Blackshear Field by way of Prairie View A&M University. Still have to take care of business here against Grambling State. Panthers looking good on top of this one by a score of 27-0.
Speaking of Southern is going crazy right now on Pine Bluff, 56-3 with 6 minutes in the third quarter.
What?
I'm sorry, Southern 50.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Southern 56, Pine Bluff 3 in the third quarter. 6 minutes in the third quarter remaining.
Well, yes, sir. And to that, this is going to be very interesting. Again, not the too hard ahead because the Panthers still have to take care of business here against Grambling State. But the Panthers able to get a victory here in today's ball game, and Southern take care of business tonight as well. It's going to be interesting to see what next week is going to look like when those two teams face together. Of course, Eric Dooley, the head coach for Southern, will be returning to PV Nation, just 1 year removed from PV Nation, returning to the as the Southern Jaguars will take on Prairie View next week. It's going to be an interesting matchup based on the outcome of those two teams here tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So still waiting for teams to come back onto the field. Again, 9:15 to go here in this ball game. Panthers on top of this one by the score of 27-0. What's been your assessment so far, Mike, so far here in this ball game? We talked about the rushing attack of the Panthers. We're talking about trying not to come out flat here in the second half. What's been your overall assessment so far?
Overall assessment right now is that you want to have the guys maintain composure, play under control, and don't get beside yourself. Don't try to overdo what you've already been executing well. I'm very encouraged and motivated about the discipline and the Panthers' approach of being in control on every aspect of the game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So teams go back out onto the field. Tigers go with a run on that play. Not a whole lot doing as he was brought down in the backfield by number 47, Xavier Watson, the defensive end, who got picked the first half and just set this Cotton Bowl on fire, if you will, to end that second half for the Panthers. He's in the team broke down right at the 20-yard line. And the Tigers go this drive. Number 14, Calvez is at the quarterback for the Tigers here on this drive. And it's going to bring up 3rd and 3 for the Tigers to play the 21-yard line, moving right to left. Calvez is going to have 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. He's going to look right, throw right, and that pass is nearly intercepted, broken up by number 2, Jesse Evans. Gets the call that one in, and check that. That was actually number 3, Logan, on the coverage of the Panthers. But nonetheless, that pass will bring up. So the Panthers defense still looking sharp here in the third quarter, as the Tigers can't find anything doing on the ground or through the air offensively here in this ball game. So fourth down coming up.
Like Grambling got the case, they got the case of can't get right.
Can't get right, and Xavier Johnson is going to field this one at the 35-yard line. He's going to get past the 40, and he's going to go out of bounds near the 45-yard line. We do have a flag on the play. Flag came in on the far side of the field.
That might be holding.
Maybe either holding or could be a personal foul charge against the Tigers. We'll see what the call is. So after the play, personal foul charge against the Tigers. It's going to be a 15-yard penalty and another automatic first down for the Panthers.
Now, Dre, when you hear penalties like that, that's a team of frustration, a team of underachievement, and they're just really at their wits' end right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Continue for Grambling State, and to your point, that is out of frustration and out of anger, because things haven't gone your way in all aspects of today's ball, offensively, defensively, and special teams with that muff punt that we saw in that first half that the Panthers were able to capitalize on with a field goal. Nothing has gone your way if you're Grambling State, and at this point, you may be just kind of lashing out a little bit, if you will.
No doubt at all.
Yes, sir. So when the team come back, due to that first call, the Panthers will have, short of excellent field position, ball is going to be placed at the 38-yard line of the Tigers. Panthers will be moving from left to right.
We're not in the fourth quarter yet, Andre?
Not in the fourth quarter just yet. The Tigers did go with a couple pass plays on that last drive. They were incomplete passes, to be exact. But typically when you do passes, it does kind of stop the clock. So if you're a Panther Nation, you want to keep that clock going. You want a time of possession battle in the first half.
And to be quite honest with you, Dre, I don't even think I passed the ball anymore for the rest of the game.
There's no need to. There is no need to. The Tigers defense have not shown that they can stop the run if you're Panther Nation. As I mentioned before, we veteran running back Christian Mosley finally get some action in that drive. So you got several running backs. If Ahmad Antoine or even Jaden Stewart kind of find themselves fatigued a little bit, you got other running backs in the likes of Bernard Goodwater, Connor Weisham, and then even Christian Mosley that you can put in there, and they are more than capable of getting the job done and gaining some positive yards for you offensively.
No doubt.
So we're still waiting for the teams to come back out onto the field. Again, we got 7:50 remaining here in the third quarter. Panthers on top of this one, 27-0. Ball is going to be played at the Tigers' 38-yard line. And while we have a break in the action, we try to see if we can maybe get some scores. Any scores update that we have, Mike?
The last score we had was 56-3, Southern on top of Arkansas Pine Bluff. FAMU was victorious over Mississippi Valley by the score of 24-7, and Texas Southern was leading Alabama State by the score of 13-6.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The teams come back out onto the field. Ball plays at the 38-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Panthers. 2 receivers to the right and to the left. Bernard Goodwater is the running back for the Panthers. And they're going to air this one long downfield. He has a man in the end zone, but that pass is incomplete. So the Panthers do the exact opposite of what Mike mentioned and go with a pass. And they go with a pass along. They try to take a.
No, that was going for the jugular. Straight going for the jugular.
Yes, sir. Jalen didn't even with just the Margaret Water Conley's left. And he's going to on the play. Ball's going to be played at to bring up for the Panthers. A shot, nothing about Bernard Good. That picked up to find themselves here on this drive with and
seems like we're having some technical difficulties with you, Andre.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we're having some technical challenges right now. Try to work that out. You are listening to Panthers football coverage, and it seems like we may have lost Andre audio signal. We'll see if we can trace that line and get them back in. Right now, Panthers up by the score of 27-0.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Check, check.
Okay, Andre, can you hear me now, sir? Hello. Get connected back with Andre. Last score we had was Prairie was on top by the score of 27-0. He's coming in vaguely. Okay, I can hear you now, sir. Okay, you went back out. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Oh, wow.
Please come.
Okay, Andre, I can hear you now, sir. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead and carry on, Andre.
Oh, boy.
Can you hear me, Andre? Andre, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, but can you hear me?
I can't, but carry on, sir. Carry on. If I don't respond, just carry on.
Okay. Everything's good? Okay. All right. Well, we're back. We do apologize for the technical difficulties as trying to get situated. The score on that last drive, we do apologize. We weren't able to give the coverage. And they kicked off just now, and it appears that there was a muff kick on that play, and it looks like it was recovered by the Tigers. So some slight momentum swing, if you will, by the Tigers as the Panthers muffed that last kick return, and the Tigers were able to jump on it, and they will have a first down at the Panthers' 30-yard line.
So bring the listeners up to speed.
Yes, sir. So our score is now 27-7. The Tigers were able to score on that last drive as we were trying to get our equipment situated, but they were able to score on that last drive. And the score is now 27-7, and there was a muff kick on that kickoff return, and the Tigers were able to jump on it, and they're going to have a possession again here now at the 30-yard line of the Panthers. As the Tigers go with a pass on that play, pass is going to be incomplete, nearly picked off by the Panthers. That incompletion will bring up 2nd and 10 for the Tigers. Ball's placed at the 30-yard line of the Panthers. Tigers moving right to left. 27-7 is our score here in the third quarter. Still in favor of the Panthers, as the Tigers were able to score on that previous drive, but we have 4:34 remaining here in the third quarter. So the Tigers go with an empty back. As he's going to go with the quarterback, keep up the middle. He's going to shed one to pass for 20. He's going to be brought down right at the 19-yard line. And number 4, Julian Calvez, the quarterback for the Tigers. No Hawkins here in the second half, as Calvez goes with a quarterback sneaker. The Tigers ball plays at the 20-yard line. Going to have Williams on the right side, not the whole. He's going to be brought down, only gaining about 2 yards on the play. The defensive lineman, Kevin Victorian, on a solid stop, going to bring up 2nd and 7 for the Tigers. So ball is placed inside the 20-yard line of the Panthers, at the 17-yard line to be exact. The Tigers moving right to left. Out of bounds. Jemiah on the stop for the Panthers. First down for the Tigers. To the sideline, the ball was right. He's going to run 10-5. He's going to be brought down out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. Calvin, here's the first single goal for the Tigers. Ball is going to be 5-yard line. Have no problem moving the ball here, as they're knocking on the door here in the third quarter with 2:17 remaining. And the Tigers going to go with the I formation. Calvez sends a man in motion. He's going to hand this one off to Williams to the left side. He's met by a plethora of Panthers. Not a whole lot doing. He's going to be brought down right at the line of scrimmage. Jemiah Presley, along with Bryce Turner on the stop for the Panthers. 2nd and goal coming up for the Tigers. Clock continues to run, 1:45 and counting remaining here in the third quarter. 27-7 is our score in favor of the Panthers. Pistol formation for the Tigers. As Calvez changes the play up at the last minute, is now set to his left. As Calvez looks, he has a man in the back of the end zone, and that will be caught for Tigers touchdown. But we do have a flag on the play in the back of the end zone.
Defensive hold.
Let's see what this penalty is going to be. So unsportsmanlike conduct against the Tigers following the touchdown. The will stand, and those yards, of course, on the kickoff. As we got 1:22 to go here in the third quarter, we have a slight break in the action as the Tigers are going to try to live here in the third quarter. 2 quick touchdowns, and they're finding themselves trailing 27-14. So slight here in this ball game. We're going to see if the Panthers can swing that momentum back into their favor. So the kicking team has come out to the field to kick this one off. Due to that unsportsmanlike conduct following that touchdown. So the Panthers could have excellent field position to start this one off. As Connor Washam is now standing at their own 23-yard line. Tigers kicking from right to left. As this kick is off, it's going to be fielded by Washam at the 20. He's past the 25, past the 30. He shares a few defenders past the 35. He's going to be brought down right at the 40-yard line. So excellent field position to start this next drive for the Panthers. They're going to start this one at their own 40-yard line, moving left to right.
Okay, Andre, can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. We apologize for the technical challenges that we were having, but it seemed like while we were going through that challenge, the Tigers were making a run. 27-14 is our score, correct, sir?
The Tigers snuck 2 in while we were going through the challenge. Isn't that something? They snuck in 2 touchdowns.
Sabotage, I tell you.
Well, yes, sir. They tried to sneak 2. Well, they didn't try. They were successful sneaking 2 in, but we're back and we're ready, and we're going to help Panthers try to mold their way into a victory here late in the second half, as they're going to go with a run to Amon Antoine up the right side. Not a whole lot doing. Picks up a tough 2 yards on the play. Ball's going to be placed at their own 42-yard line, moving left to right. So clock continues to run here. As this drive right here will more than likely take us to the end of the third quarter, as we have 40 seconds remaining and counting on the game clock. It's going to be to his right. And we do have stoppage in the play, another flag on the play to be exact. Back him. So we will be 2nd and 13 now for the Panthers. All going to be placed at their own 37 line. 15 seconds to go in counting. This more than likely will be the final play here of the third quarter. Antoine's going to have 3 receivers to his left. Antoine's going to be offset to his right. Conley. Got back to pass. He has a man. That pass is going to be completed at the 40-yard line, but he's met immediately and brought down. And that was number 88. tight end on the reception for the Panthers. Games, some of those yards is going to bring the third to the Panthers. What is the end of the third quarter? So the Tigers trying to call this quickly. Not scoring here at the Cotton Bowl.
All right, the Panthers in a dogfight right now, 27-14 as we get ready to start the fourth quarter. A lot of momentum has switched for these Panthers, and it's been a concern for us that the Panthers finish what they start, looking strong and basically unbeatable in their first half, scoring 27 points. But we'll get a chance to see how the Panthers respond with this thing when we get back. What's the situation again when we start the fourth quarter, Andre?
Well, when we start the fourth quarter, the Panthers will have the ball. It's going to be third and 9. Next team switch sides at their own 41-yard line. The thing that we talked about in the ball game, Mike, you have to finish if you are the Panthers. That was one of the things I was going to be seeing or witnessing from the Panthers, or trying to observe, if you will, how they were going to come out in the second. We've never had an issue with how the Panthers start so far this season. They've always started out strong, and they've always it was the second half that have been sort of the Achilles heels for the Panthers so far this season. The Tigers trying to get some momentum swing back in their favor with those 2 quick touchdowns at the end of the third quarter, and we're going to see how the Panthers are going to respond here.
Yes, sir.
And it makes you, I don't want to cut you off, Mike, but it may wonder when the Panthers had the 2, make one the 0, they decided to score. And with the Tigers have to score 2 touchdowns to tie this ball game up, but instead the score is 27-14.
Yes, sir. At this point, I want to eat up some clock, and I'll settle for a field goal to keep the distance a little gap, because unless we give up something big and quick, they're going to have to drive the ball down the field and eat up as much clock.
If the Panthers can shave off, if they can shave off at least 6 or 7 minutes on this drive and get points out of it, whether it be a touchdown or a field goal, that should set themselves up moving forward the rest of this fourth quarter. That'll give their defense a time to recover. Yes, sir. That'll give their defense a time to recover from that last drive by Grambling State. So if you're able to milk the clock to give your defense a breather while at the same time still putting points on the board, then you're going to set yourself up to be successful here in the fourth quarter and get out this Cotton Bowl as victors here in this ball game.
Yes, sir. Now, we did kind of catch in between the technical challenges that Grambling has changed quarterbacks, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They have changed quarterbacks. We have not seen Hawkins at all here, Quatarius Hawkins to be exact. We have not really seen him at all here in this second half. It's been Julian Calvez, the other quarterback, the freshman quarterback to be exact, so far for the Tigers here in this second half.
Okay. Well, let's hope they keep him on ice for a little while and get out of here with this win.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So our teams will come back onto the field, and we do want to apologize for our technical difficulties during that time. As the Tigers were able to sneak in a couple of touchdowns while we were getting our equipment together. They took advantage of the momentum, if you will. So we're going to see if the Panthers can do the same here when they start this next drive. As teams come back out to the field, it's going to be 3rd and 9 for the Panthers. Panthers now moving from right to left. Ball plays at their own 41-yard line. Empty backfield setup for Conley. He's going to have 3 receivers to his right and 2 to the left. As Conley barks at the line of scrimmage. Conley. Drop back pass. He looks right through it, right. He has a man. That pass is incomplete, in and out of his hands. high holding the intended receiver on the play, ran a slant route, would have had enough for the first down, but could not haul that one in. That will bring up fourth down for the Panthers.
Well, not that you pick on any guys. There's been a lot of drop balls by open receivers here in the early part of the season. They got to correct that to extend drives like that and do exactly what you need at crunch time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So fourth down coming up for the Panthers. Punting units will come out to the field. As number 11, Ryan Pepins, back to receive the punt for the Tigers. He's standing at their own 25-yard line. As this punt is off. And he's just going to wave this one off. It takes a nice prairie view bounce inside the 10-yard line. And it's going to officially be spotted right at the 6-yard line. But we do have a flag on the play. A lot of penalties here in this ball game. It's going to be interesting to see what that final number is going to be at the conclusion of this ball game. But we do have a flag on the play. Couldn't quite make out what the penalty was, as you can hear the band playing in the background. But nonetheless, it looks like it may have been charged against the receiving team. The ball is going to be placed at the Tigers. Yes, sir.
Half the distance to the goal, right?
Yes, sir. Well, it looks like they're going to place this one at the 6-yard line of the Tigers. The Tigers are ready to start this next drive here in the fourth quarter with 14:44 remaining. They're trying to climb their way back into this ball game. They're trailing 14-27 in favor of the Panthers. As Julian Calvez stays out onto the field, the quarterback for the Tigers, hand off to the running back up the middle. He's going to get past the 5-yard line, past the 10. He's going to be brought down right at the 14-yard line. Number 6, C.J. Russell, on the carry for the Tigers. Picks up a solid gain, 7 yards to be exact. Going to bring up 2nd and 3 for the Tigers. Tigers trying to push the tempo a little bit. Calvez is going to have 2 receivers to his left and 1 to the right. Russell's going to be offset to his left. Calvez drop back to pass. He has a man to the right side, and that pass is going to be complete. Pass to 20, pass to 25, and he's going to go out of bounds near the 30-yard line. Will be enough for a Tigers first down. Number 15, Noah Bean on the reception for the Tigers. Ball now is going to be placed at their own 29-yard line. 1st and 10. 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left for Calvez. Another handoff up the middle. He's going to get past the first wave of defenders. Still keeps his legs moving. And they're going to try to push the power forward past the 35-yard line. He's going to be brought down right at the 36-yard line. Another 7-yard pickup for the Tigers. C.J. Russell on the carry. 2nd and 3 coming up. Clock continues to run. 13-10 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Tigers moving left to right. 2 to the left and 1 to the right for Calvez. Calvez attempts to pass. He rolls to his right. He's being pressured. He's just going to have to throw this one away. Incomplete. As he was being pressured on that last play by number 11, Kevin Victorian, was able to get in the backfield and kind of disrupt things, if you will. As Calvez just had to get rid of that one. It's going to bring up 3rd down for the Tigers. 3rd and 3 to be exact. So a huge 3rd down if the Panthers can get off the field. So we do have a timeout charge against the Tigers. Their first timeout here in the first half. 27. It'll be 3rd and 3 coming up for the Tigers when the teams return with 12:56 remaining here in the fourth quarter.
Well, Andre, as you're talking about momentum change and at the State Fair. Momentum has changed at PNC Park in Houston. Alabama State now on top of Texas Southern by the score of 16-13 with about 7 minutes, 21 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. And you have, 59-3 Southern University all over University of Arkansas Pine Bluff with 5:48 remaining in the fourth quarter. Final, Alabama A&M beats Bethune-Cookman 35-27. That was homecoming for Bethune-Cookman. And you had Florida A&M able to hold off Mississippi Valley, and that score was 24-7.
Yes, sir. The Tigers go with a quarterback run on that third down. Not a whole lot doing. He was brought down at the line of scrimmage, so that will bring up fourth down for the Tigers. The Panthers were able to get a huge stop there on third down. Defense coming through when they needed to, and the punting units will come out onto the field.
I'm sorry, Andre. I said 24-7 FAMU. It was 34-7 FAMU on top.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, and officially is going to be spotted at the 20-yard line of the Panthers. So the Panthers defense coming in, making a huge stop on that third down and getting off the field, something that we talked about in our pregame show that was going to be one of the key factors in order for the Panthers to be successful here in this ball game. And they did just that. They were able to get off the field on third down. Now, if you're the Panthers offense, you're going to have to reward your defense by moving the ball and controlling the clock here on this opening drive. The best way to reward your defense for getting off the field and giving the ball back to you is by moving the ball down the field and controlling the clock while doing so. And as Mike has always said, put a few points on the board, if you will.
Yes, sir. Gotta have them. Gotta have them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, as we mentioned before, the teams go back out to the field. It's been all Panther Nation, at least so far here in this ball game, with the exception of the quick momentum swing that the Tigers tried to make as we were getting our equipment adjusted late in the third quarter with 2 touchdowns to make this a 27-14 ball game. Now we're going to see if the Panthers can continue to try to back in their favor here in the fourth quarter to finish this off here at the State Fair Classic.
Let's get locked and loaded.
As we wait for the teams to come back out onto the field, I want to remind all of our listeners that following the conclusion of this game, you can join the Dr. Mike Prince for the 1876 after party post-game show following. How many minutes you want to give them, Mike? You normally go 15 minutes.
15. Give them 15 minutes, man. We're going to give them 15 minutes, and they can meet us at the website at obnradio.com.
Well, hopefully, the Panthers will give you something good to talk about. They've done so thus far here in this ball game, and with 11:59 remaining in the fourth quarter, hopefully the Panthers will give you some good to talk about during the post-game show.
I'm hoping so, but hurry up, clock. Hurry up and finish.
Clock can't move fast enough, if you will. Clock can't move fast
no,
enough.
Sir.
Yes, sir. But it's something that the Panthers can actually control. You have the tools and you have the weapons to do so on offense. So we'll see if the Panthers can use that in their favor here in this ball game. And as I mentioned before, kind of reward your defense for coming up big on that third down, because whether if the Tigers were able to get that first down, could have been another huge momentum swing, not in favor of the Panthers, but the defense were able to stop that just a little bit and give the ball back into the hands of the offense to try to keep this thing pushing for you.
Yes, sir. Got to have it, my man. Got to have it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When the teams are trotting back out onto the field, as Trayvon Conley and company try to see if they can move this one, they will be moving from right to left. Ball is going to be placed at their own 32-yard line. Ahmad Antoine will be the running back to start this drive for the Panthers. Conley's going to have 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Conley looks to the sideline to get the call. He's barking at the line of scrimmage. And he's just going to hand this on to Ahmad Antoine at the right side. He's going to keep his legs moving. He's going to be brought down. Gain of about 2 yards on the play. The ball's going to be played at the 34-yard line. It's going to be 2nd and 8 coming up for the Panthers. Panthers go with a hurry-up offense. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Conley. Antoine's going to be offset to his right. Conley, drop back to pass. He fakes right. He throws. He has a man. That pass is complete at the 45-yard line. Redshirt senior Jalen Howard, his first reception in today's ball game, and he will have enough for a Panthers first down. So a completed pass there on 2nd down. Something we haven't seen for the Panthers so far here in this ball game, although they haven't really been attempting many passes here in this ball game. But they get a completed pass there by the redshirt senior Jalen Howard, and it will be 1st and 10. Ball placed at the 45-yard line. This time he's going to look left, throw left, and he's going to have a man. That pass is going to be complete, but nothing doing on that play, as he was actually met in the backfield, and he's going to lose about 3 yards on the play. That was the other quarterback, Chris Herron, on a reception for the Panthers. So he's going to back the Panthers up. 2nd and 13 for the Panthers now. Ball placed at their own 42-yard line. 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Antoine's going to be offset to Conley's left. Conley's going to drop back the pass. He steps up into the pocket. He's pressured. He's going to roll to his right side, and he's going to be brought down past the 40. Only gain of about 1 yard on the play. Conley was looking for the redshirt senior Jalen Howard downfield and keeping himself out of the hole. So 3rd and he's going to credit sack to number 50, Lewis Matthews for the Tigers. That's going to bring up 4th down for the Panthers. So only 1 first down on that drive for the Panthers. The clock does continue to move. We're under 9 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter as the punting unit comes out onto the field. This punt is off, and he's just going to wave this one. Takes a slight Tiger bounce forward, and it's going to go out of bounds near the 30-yard line. So the Tigers are going to set up shop at their own 30-yard line, moving left to right here in the 4th quarter with 8:40 remaining. They find themselves trailing 27-14, trying to swing the momentum back into their favor here in this ball game. Panthers defense came up solid on their previous drive. We're going to see if they're going to get another stop here on this next drive when the teams return to the field.
Well, Andre, we're getting to the point now where it's going to be 4-down territory for the Tigers all the way through. And I would feel comfortable with another defensive turnover and a scoop and score, pick six, whatever it's going to take, man. I need a little bit more separation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You need a huge play. If you can get a huge play, if you get a mark on this game, you had to pick six. First half to be exact. So another huge play, a turnover, as you mentioned, will be a huge momentum swinger for the Panthers here in this ballgame. Martin Storm hold on. We got 8:40 to go here in this ball game. We need to play. While we have a quick break, what has been your assessment so far here in this ball game, Mike? Again, as we mentioned, Tigers trying to swing the momentum back into their favor. They had the 2 touchdowns late in that quarter as we were gearing things together. And they're going to have a possession here when teams come back out into the field at their own 30-yard line. They got to score at least twice to get ahead in this ball game, and they expect to do so.
Yes, sir. My assessment right now is don't panic if you're Prairie View. Yes, it's not going exactly the way you want it to, but keep your composure and see your way through this thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can't get excited. Even if you find yourself, even if the Tigers find themselves successful here on this next drive, if they're moving the ball, you can't let that overexcite you because they still have to score at least twice to get ahead in this game. They got 8 minutes and 40 seconds to do so. You have a great defense. You've been playing well so far here in this game. Just keep doing what you're doing and don't get overly excited. And don't let your excitement overtake you here in this fourth quarter.
Right, and you don't need anything big or quick. You want them to keep grinding with the clocks. They have 2 timeouts remaining, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, so with Grambling has 2 timeouts. Prairie View still has their 3 timeouts.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Grambling when I said they.
Yes.
You want them to use as much clock, and you be as stingy as you can. No 20. I don't even want anything over 10 yards, to be honest with you. You know, I like to get some 4 and outs. We can't say 3 and outs because they're going to have to go for it with the situation. But just keep on letting that clock run in your favor.
Yes, sir. Teams go back out onto the field. Calvert is going to have 3 receivers to his left. They're trying to spread things out. They're trying to spread the Panthers defense out a little bit. And he's going to roll to his left side, and he's just going to keep it himself. Not a whole lot doing. Picks up about 3 yards on the play. The 2nd and 7 coming up for the Tigers. Ball placed at their own 33-yard line. 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left for Calvert. Calvert dropped the pass. He's being pressured, and he's just going to throw this one away. Panther Nation, including myself, looking for the intentional grounding.
Yeah, I was going to say, where is it at?
But no yellow laundry. Interesting. Well, nonetheless, that incomplete pass will bring up 3rd down for the Tigers. 3rd and 7 to be exact. Ball placed at the 33-yard line.
Watch for the screen or the little swing pass.
The screen or the swing pass. 3 receivers to the right and 2 to the left for Calvert. Tigers going to go with an empty backfield. 8:03 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Calvert back to pass. He rolls to his right side. He's being pressured. He's finally going to air this one long downfield. And that pass is going to be intercepted by the Panthers. Number 20, DeJohn Lewis, the cornerback for the Panthers, come up big on that play. Ball forward, needed a huge play, a huge will. He must have his rabbit foot, and he's working that magic for us.
There you go. I had to go get it during that little pause in the action.
You had to go get it, and it worked out
yes,
well
sir.
for the Panthers. So 1st and 10, Panthers moving right to left. Ball plays at the 40-yard line. And they're going to hand this one off, and he's going to get past the 40, past the 45, brought down right at midfield. Amon Antoine picks up a solid yard to the Panthers. Picks up about 8 yards to be exact. And he was able to stay in bounds, so the clock will continue to run. We got 7:28 and counting to go here in the fourth quarter. Going to bring up 2nd and 2 for the Panthers. Ball plays right at the 48-yard line. Panthers moving right to left. 2 receivers to the right for Conley. Antoine's going to be offset to his left. Another handoff to Antoine. He's going to follow his blockers. He's going to cut to the left side, shed one defender, and he's going to be brought down right at the 49-yard line on a gain of about 1 yard on the play. Still positive yards to be exact. Clock will continue to run with 6:50 to go. So that 1 yard pickup will bring up 3rd and 1 for the Panthers.
And the clock keep on running.
Yes, sir. I'm going to have 2 receivers to his right and 2 to the left. Antoine stays in the game as a running back for the Panthers. Excellent game so far by Antoine. And he will stay in the game. We do have a stoppage in the play. There's a flag on the play to be exact.
Golly.
Charge against the Panthers. That's going to back the Panthers up 5 yards. So what would have been 3rd and 1 is now going to be 3rd and 6. Ball now placed at the 44-yard line.
Now, I just want to run it now just to keep the clock moving. I know
Yes,
I want
sir.
a first down,
Yes, sir.
but I just keep the clock moving.
You want a first down, but more importantly, you want the clock to continue to run.
Right.
So the Panthers go with empty backfield setup, which is very typical for them on 3rd down. So we have a timeout on the field, charge against the Panthers. Their first timeout here in the first half, a 30-second timeout to be exact, as they find themselves up this one by the score of 27-14 with 5:55 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Well, what I would do, Andre, right now, I'm not going to throw the ball. I want the clock to continue to move to force Grambling to call a timeout if they're going to do it, because I would even allow the clock to go down if I'm going to punt it, and I'd take a delay of game even, just as long as I can eat up some clock.
Because right now you'll find yourself in a position where if Grambling State decides to use their timeout, they have to use their timeouts on defense. Even if you don't get any points on this possession and they somehow end up with the ball again, they're going to have the ball with no timeouts. And that still will be in the favor of the Panthers.
Yes, sir. No doubt about it. And you got to use every trick in the book right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And 3rd and 6 is still manageable. Of course, I would have liked 3rd and 1. We talked about penalties at the halftime. Panthers did well with penalties in the first half. Not so much here in the second half. And what would have been 3rd and 1 in a very easy, manageable 3rd and 1 for either Antoine or Jaden Stewart is now going to be 3rd and 6. But still, no need to panic. You got 5:55 to go here in the fourth quarter. And there's different ways that you can go about swinging this if you are Panther Nation.
Yes, sir. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. See the storm trying to get funked up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You don't want to celebrate just yet, but it just might be
no, sir.
Time.
No, sir.
But the Panther defense did come up big on that previous drive by way of interception, and it came right on cue, and you called it.
Well, I just want my cotton candy to taste a little bit sweeter with a victory.
Cotton candy always tastes good when you have the victory on your side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Always tastes that much better. The teams haven't come back onto the field just yet. We'll see if we can get a quick final scoring update around the Southwest Athletic Conference.
We'll probably say the scores for when they come back. Well, I guess we could run. Well, we'll wait. I don't want to miss nothing, Dre. I don't want to miss nothing.
You know what I
mean? Nothing, man. Don't want to miss nothing. Want to remind the folks, though, check us out for the 1876 after party. 15 minutes at the conclusion of this game. It will be on the OBN website, obn.com, obnradio.com. Check us out. We'll talk about the sabotage third quarter and how the Grambling Tigers trying to sneak their way back in here. But with 6:50 remaining, I want to get this thing. No, 5:55 remaining. I'm sorry, right, Dre?
Yeah, you're trying to add more time on the clock.
I know. Look at me. I'm pushing the wrong narrative there. We want them to get this thing under 4 minutes if we can.
Yes, sir. Well, the teams came back onto the field. The Panthers on third down, 3rd and 6 to be exact, they go with a pass on third down, which is the complete opposite of what Dr. Mark Prince would have wanted them to do. It was an incomplete pass to be exact, which does stop the clock, and we got 4th down coming up for the Panthers. So it stops the clock at 5:50 to be exact. Punting units are out onto the field. As Panthers are going to punt this one off. And Ryan Pepin's number 3 standing at his own 15-yard line. It takes a Prairie View bounce, but it does go in the end zone. The punt took a solid Prairie View bounce. Well, they're calling touchdown Panthers. It appears that the ball was touched by the Tigers. Well, he was trying to get away from it, but he may have touched it. The Panthers recovered it, got on top of it in the end zone, and they're calling it touchdown Prairie View.
Well, they're definitely going to have to review this when they'll get in contact with SWAC head officials, Ed Kelly, to sort this one out. But as Red Fox was saying, Sanford and Son, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it appears that they may be doing just that because they haven't changed the score just yet. Well, they just changed it just now. But both teams are at their respective sides. And it appears that they may be doing just that and reviewing this to make sure that it is a touchdown.
Well, look, man, let me go get the rabbit foot and his mama's rabbit foot to make sure we get this one right.
Well, they didn't have to take long with that one. The ruling on the field will stand. Touchdown Prairie View.
Chalk up another one for special teams.
Chalk up another for special teams. We talked about the defense, and we talked about special teams and how exceptionally well that they played so far here this season. Special teams comes up big yet again for PV Nation. And the Panthers go up 33-14 here late in the 4th quarter with the PAT to follow.
Yes, indeed.
So it appears that the TA teams are out onto the field, but it appears that the officials are still talking to Grambling sideline.
Well, Hugh Jackson's about fit to be tied right about now.
So it appears that the Grambling State is going to challenge the last play that was ruled a touchdown by Prairie View. So it looks like this.
Well, how are you going to challenge a review? How are you going to challenge a review?
It appears that they're going to challenge it.
But if you get a review, if it's been reviewed, that's the final answer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute. I'm getting a little suspect now. We didn't have the Gremlins attack our equipment in the 3rd quarter to get 14 points. And now we're challenging a review?
Yes, sir. They tapped into our equipment, and it came right on cue, and they snuck in 2 touchdowns. And to your point, if it's already been reviewed by the review team and the play stands, and now it appears that they're challenging the review, something that we've never really seen before in football before.
Well, there's a first time for everything, right?
Yes, sir. The first
time for everything.
For everything. So
well, with that being said, they got it sorted out?
Well, no. They got the picture on the scoreboard. It's not they don't have a replay video, but they have a picture of the punt returner to see exactly where the ball landed and if it actually hit the punt returner before it bounced in the end zone.
Well, one thing is good hustle and awareness by the PV special teams unit to play the ball and let the officials tell you yay or nay, and they played it all the way through. And hopefully there's a touchdown pending as the awareness of the special teams showed up.
And this is a special teams that we've talked about that's always at the right place at the right time. And they came up, and regardless, even if it doesn't stand, of course, if you're PV Nation, you want it to stand, but even if it doesn't stand, still tip my hat off to the special teams for being at the right place at the right time. They've done that twice here in this ball game, and it's paid dividends for Prairie View so far here in this game.
Not only twice in this ball game, but all 4 games of this season, all 5 games, I should say, of this season.
Yes,
I'm still going back to the Abilene Christian game, Dre. I'm still going back to the Abilene Christian game. Kick it.
It is going to be week 10. It is going to be week 10, and the Dr. Mike Prince will still bring up the field goal, or the lack of going for a field goal, if you will, against Abilene Christian. That could have been a huge momentum swing in that ball game. It's going to be week 10, and you're still going to mention
week 10 of 2026 season.
So after further review, the call on the field will stand, touchdown Prairie View, and if my memory serves me correctly, Grambling should lose a timeout for challenging that play, and the ruling was not in their favor.
Yes, sir. So they're giving 1 timeout and a short clock.
A 1 timeout and a short clock. So they put the points back. Well, they actually never took the points off the scoreboard. 33-14 our score with the PAT to follow here in the fourth quarter. And Hugh Jackson does not look happy at all.
Well, I could imagine that one. You know, that's why he even challenged it.
Yes, sir. Well, the snap is down, kick is up. It is good. So 34-14 now score in favor of the Panthers. 5:30 to go here in the fourth quarter. And so, and what we talked about, Mike, so far here in this ball game. Now, on that, I was not happy with the play call on that 3rd down by the Panthers. It was 3rd and 6. We talked about the Panthers still running the ball. Even if you don't get the first down, the clock continues to run, which is something that you want if you are the Panthers. They go for a pass. It was an incomplete pass. It stops the clock. But thank goodness for the special teams to come up big for you on that punt, on that play.
No doubt about it. And it's one of those questions that we will discuss with Coach Bubba McDowell, that you can listen to him each and every week here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network, breaking down the X's and the O's of the game that was and the game that will be ahead. We got a doozy coming up this weekend, next weekend, Andre. The Southern Jaguars will be in town with a familiar face by the name of Eric Dooley.
Yes, sir. Eric Dooley returns to the hill. Southern Jaguars taking on the Prairie View University Panthers at Prairie View A&M University. Kickoff is scheduled for 6 p.m. in that ball game next week. It's going to be another great game full of fireworks as this kickoff is off, and he's going to field this one at the 15. Pastor Smith brought down right at the 30-yard line. He lost the ball, but they're going to say his knee was down. And the Tigers were able to jump on it. It would have been another huge play by the special team as that ball came out just right when he went down. So he was able to recover it at the last minute, and the Tigers will set up shop at their own 30-yard line, moving left to right. So Calvez is going to have 2 receivers to his left and 1 to the right. He's going to have 2 backs in the backfield. He's going to drop back to pass. He's going to look left, throw left downfield. He has a man. And that pass is going to be caught at the 20-yard line. So a huge reception there by the Tigers. We can credit that to number 88, Claude Coleman. On a huge reception, ball's now placed at the 20-yard line of the Panthers.
Yeah, that's what we didn't need.
Tigers go with a hurry-up tempo. Another run up the middle. He's going to get past the 15, brought down just right at the 14-yard line. So clock continues to run here with 4:45 to go here in the fourth quarter. 34-14 our score in favor of the Panthers. As the Tigers going with the hurry-up offense, 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. We do have a stoppage in the play. As Prairie View takes their second timeout here in the second half. One timeout remaining. They still haven't taken the timeout off the game clock for grambling after that challenge play that was ruled in favor of the Panthers. Grambling still showing with 2 timeouts. It was a 30-second timeout. It appears that the Panthers just wanted to talk things over a bit. It was a huge play on first and 10 through the air from the 30-yard line all the way down to the 20-yard line of the Panthers. The ball is now going to be placed at the 14-yard line. 2nd and 4 for the Tigers. 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Calvez looks right, throws right. He has a man. That pass is incomplete. Jamias Presley on the coverage for the Panthers. He's able to knock that one away. So another 3rd down coming up for the Tigers. As we mentioned before, definitely 4th down territory for the Tigers. The Panthers going to be looking to stop the Tigers 2 more times here on this drive. 2 receivers to the left and 2 to the right for Calvez. Empty backfield for the Tigers. Calvez looks right. He throws right quickly. He has a man, and that pass is nearly intercepted, broken up once again by the cornerback, Jamias Presley, coming up big for the Panthers here on 3rd down.
I need one more, Dre.
Let's see if the Panthers have one more in them. 4th down coming up. Ball placed right at the 14-yard line. Tigers going left and right. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Calvez. As Russell's going to be offset to his right. Calvez drop back to pass. He's going to roll to his right. He's being pressured. He's just going to keep it himself. Pass the 20. And he's just going to run out of bounds right at the 13-yard line. Only gain of about 2 yards. Not enough for a 1st down. And that will be a turnover on downs.
I can hear the woman warming up.
Is she getting her vocal cords ready, Mike?
She getting her vocals ready, baby. She getting her vocals ready. She's ready to let it rip.
She's ready to let it rip. Well, we got 4:25 to go here in the 4th quarter. 34-14 our score in favor of the Panthers. Panthers defense bending but not breaking on that last drive. There was a huge play to start the drive for the Tigers to find themselves well within the red zone. But the Panthers defense were able to hold turnover and down. The Panthers are going to have this one at their own 13-yard line. And hand off to Ahmad Antoine up the left side, and he's going to break free past the 30, brought down out of bounds right at the 33-yard line. And check that was actually Connor Wysham on the reception, on the run for the Panthers. But we do have a flag on the play as the Panthers are walking backwards.
Wow. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
So it was a personal foul, face mask charge against the Panthers. Usually you would see face mask will usually be charged against the defense, but this time it was charged against the offense. And the ball now is going to be placed at their own 16-yard line. It's going to repeat 1st down. So the clock does continue to run here as we're inside 4 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. A handoff to Connor up the left side past the 20. He's going to be brought down right at the 24-yard line. It will be enough for a Panthers 1st down. So the Panthers moving the sticks here on this drive and moving the clock at the same time. Conley looks to the sideline to get the call. He's going to have 2 receivers to his right and 1 to the left. Another handoff to Connor Wysham. This time he's not going to have anywhere to go. He's going to be met by a plethora of Tigers at the line of scrimmage. Nothing doing. He's going to bring up 2nd and 10 for the Panthers, but the clock does continue to move here with 3 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter.
Yes, indeed.
So things looking good for the Panthers, as they're more than likely going to come away with a victory here in this ball game to find themselves up 34-14. We got 2:50 to go here in the fourth quarter. 2nd down and 10. Ball placed at their own 24-yard line. 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Another handoff up the middle. You get past the 25, brought down right at the 27-yard line. Got a 3-yard pickup on the play. And that time it was the other running back, Bernard Goodwater, on the carry for the Panthers. As the Panthers are slowly working this one now, using as much clock as they possibly can.
Moo. Milk that clock.
And this time another handoff to Bernard Goodwater. He's going to cut to the left side where he has plenty of room. He's going to be brought down right at the 30-yard line. We gained up about 2 yards on the play. It will bring up 4th down, but more importantly, clock will continue to move as we got 1:30 to go here in the fourth quarter. Panthers on top 34-14, and that will likely do it here in this ball game for the Panthers.
A sigh of relief, my man.
A sigh of relief. Panthers were able to do what they need to do. That will officially say when the clock winds down to 0. We do have another flag on the play. We're waiting to get the call. And it will be offside charge against the defense.
Well, that's a first down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So switch them out. Punting unit goes off the field. Offense comes back onto the field.
I like that even better.
And the Panthers will have first down at their own 35-yard line. Clock continues to go here as we're under a minute to play here from the Cotton Bowl by way of Dallas, Texas. As the Panthers line up in their kneeling formation, they're just going to kneel this one. As Conley takes a kneel. With 45 seconds to go, they'll have to do it at least one more time, and that should do it here in today's ball game.
Well, we saw it to the end.
The Panthers are able to see it through to the end. Another kneel by Trayvon Conley. And as the clock winds down, teams come out into the field, and that will officially do it here in today's ball game. 34-14, our final score in favor of the Panthers. Panthers able to take care of business here at the Cotton Bowl, winning this one by the score of 34-14.
Well, Andre, they made it shaky in that third quarter, but they were able to hold them off. Job well done, young man. We want to acknowledge our sponsors, and we're going to get out of here and head over to the after party, my man. So if you don't mind, roll through the sponsor list, my friends.
Yes, sir. Well, we have to start off by thanking T's Barbecue, A Rocket Movers and Storage, the Temple of Refuge Ministries, the Prairie View Athletic Club for making this game possible for us. Panthers take care of business here by a score of 34-14 here at the Cotton Bowl.
Well, Andre, give us your quick assessment, sir, of tonight's performance.
Well, the Panthers were successful in every aspect of the ball game here in today's game, Mike. That was one of the things that definitely stood out for me offensively, defensively, and special teams, which could be a rare entity, especially in a ball game. You may be successful on one side, but maybe not the other. But when you have an opportunity to be successful in every aspect of the game, nothing but great things can happen. The Panthers were successful offensively, mainly by the rushing attack by the Panthers that paid dividends for them. They were successful defensively, were able to get 2 turnovers here in this ball game, were successful defensively, minus the 2 touchdowns that they gave up late in the third quarter. Defensively came in, they did what they needed to do, they took care of business, they came up big for the Panthers, and we cannot forget about special teams. Special teams coming up very big, something that a lot of people don't want to talk about, especially in a football game, but you cannot forget about the special teams and how important they are and how they can change the trajectory of a ball game. Special teams came up very big for the Panthers. Just overall, all the aspects, every aspect of the ball game, the Panthers were successful here in this game at the Cotton Bowl.
No doubt about it, Andre, as special teams set the table early for the Panthers. They took advantage of it, and it was special teams to seal the deal for the Panthers, and they now ride at 3-0 in conference play of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. But, man, is it going to be an atmosphere on the hill next week, October the 8th, as the Panthers will host the Southern Jags, who ran through University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, it seemed, with a purpose. So these two will collide on next week for the Panthers to keep a foothold on the inside track of the Western Division. And, Dre, I don't know about you, but I plan on being there with an open mic in my hand.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Me too. Definitely can't wait. It's going to be an exciting atmosphere. If you're the Panthers, it's going to be an interesting matchup next week against the Southern Jaguars. But you can take the opportunity to celebrate this win tonight, because we mentioned before, this win could be a huge momentum swing in the season for either team, depending on the outcome. And, of course, the Panthers came out on top of this one by the score of 34-14. And if you're PB Nation, you definitely can look forward to next week to face Southern Jaguars, but you can also take an opportunity to celebrate this win tonight against Grambling State, because you earned it by the way you played here in this ball game.
No doubt about it, sir. Panthers victorious 34-14. Thank goodness for all of our sponsors. Thank goodness for all of our listeners. Thank goodness for you, Brother Andre. On behalf of Andre Davis, Jack White, Ben Edwards, and yours truly, Dr. Mike Prince, we want to thank you for joining in with us on the Open Mic Broadcast Network for our Panthers football coverage. Don't forget, you can join us each and every day for the Mike Prince Show here at the Open Mic Broadcast Network, our weekly pick'ems, our report card, and a whole plethora of programming. Don't forget, you can listen to this rebroadcast on the YouTube channel at the Open Mic Broadcast Network. I'm headed to a party. We call it the after party. In about 15 minutes or so, we'll be fired up on obnradio.com under the Mike Prince Show. Ladies and gentlemen, Panthers do it, 34-14. And until the next time, you guys be blessed, and we'll see you on the other side.